Oh my god, hello. Hello, it's me, the guy that plays the really old MMO that has found new life in about 1,000 other competing streamers on the internet. It's me, how you doing? We're on a coast. We're gonna be fishing for like an hour. That's what we're doing. That's the high octane content that I know that you've been waiting with bated breath for. We're gonna be fishing. You know, we're gonna get our rod out. Not that one. we're gonna get the one that's meant for fishing out, and we're gonna, you know, NRP, tie a little line to it, and then put a thing of some description at the end of it. And I'm definitely not reading this from the internet. You know, just Googling how do I fish, and then you dip it in the water, and then the fish just kind of like, they want to become like one with it, like on like a deeply spiritual level, and so they like, you know, they wrap themselves around it, kind of like in a croissant shape, and then they just do a little tug on the line, saying, "Hey, I'm ready to go uppies, up me now," and then they fucking go up, and then you just do that over and over ad nauseum until the end of time.
Makes me want a hot dog real bad.
All right, let's do it. So in about an hour, we're going to try to get as many bass tokens as we can from rank 6 to rank 8. If you happen to be one of said bass tokens that fits that description, let me know. Anytime that seems good at all. Literally any time is fine. You could just say the line and we'll let it rip. I will invite you. You will get your rank ups and the gil, a pretty substantial amount of gil, like from rank 6 upward. Just for joining. There's no minimum, no maximum level that you need to be. You don't need to be a certain job. I don't think there would even be a problem if like 90% of the people that were to join would be like thieves or something. There are, you know, you're probably gonna need at least one healer, but even then, probably not. We're on Buburumu Coast. We are fishing for shawl shells because the shells ain't gonna shell themselves. I'm Bestok rank 7 and would be interested in getting a rank 8 if you need people. We will probably have the minimum number of people we need, but this is about getting as many people, as many bass tokens as possible to rank 8, so you coming is totally great. Strangely enough, even though shawl shells are considered a type of fish, they have been coded, evidently, to behave in the fishing minigame as an object. So I sat here for longer than I would care to admit, trying to get a shawl shell. I lost my catch. How? I literally did it. Sweets. I'll start gathering people in about 45 minutes-ish. Sweets. I'll start gathering people in about 45 minutes. About 45 minutes-ish. It sounds like we're gonna get a good number of people. At least, I do anticipate at least 5 others joining. With me being 75, it doesn't outright trivialize the content, but it does make it a lot easier, for sure. Especially when you get to the weirder, more involved fights, like the trifecta of Antikins. Isn't that what they're called? Antica? Or is that like the antlion? No, antlions are called antlions. Whatever. So this is apparently the best place, or one of the best places to get shawl shells. I have a strong feeling based off of the fact that shawl shells do being appearing to be clams or whatnot, that clamming would be also a good way to get them. I just want to make sure that if I do get them from fishing, that it actually will just probably kill them both. It's gonna be quick. Talking to someone in my link shell saying like I touched the question marks to get the sphinxes to spawn the sphinx eye for rank 6-1, and then he flees and then the other one depops. I don't think that's gonna be necessary. I do not. Take this and that and this. Oh, fuck that one. Shaw shell meat. Woo! We got a shaw shell. Let's go.
My potions are too strong for you, traveler.
Okay, so we have confirmation that grabbing the shaw shells will increase my fishing skill, which is good because I was afraid that because the game was kind of like behaving as if they were objects when fishing, that it was gonna be a thing where I wouldn't be able to scale off of them, which sucks for many reasons. The first being that I need shawl shells probably more than the ocean can provide in order to turn them into things like seafood stew or fish myth kebabs is the other big one, because that's in very short supply all the time, and assuming that people don't like debase themselves, there is like a good return on the number of fish myth kebabs that you can make. I got a silver ring. The other part of it is that it's hard to tell because it's behaving like trash. Hard to tell like if you're gonna actually get items or not instead of the shawl shell. It's the only part they don't like. How many times is the streamer gonna say shawl shell? Probably. Can you? Okay. So what do I mean by it's behaving like trash? So if you're not accustomed to fishing, the game in most cases, except for this one, you know, like this is an exception. In most cases, the game makes it so that the inputs that you have to react to, like those arrows that pop up on the sides, if it is a quote unquote real fish, the prompts are almost instant as soon as you press them. So if a left arrow appears, you press A. If right arrow appears, you press D. I don't know what the inputs would be if you use a controller. I used to play with a controller in the PS2 era. I no longer do. So if you happen to know, you can just spam chat with that shit if you want to. You know, world's your oyster and you're the pearl. Did not mean to make like a pseudo fishing pun, but there it is. Except in the case of an object like garbage, like rusty leggings, rusty cap, things like that. There is a delay between the times that gives you the next input. Typically if it's a piece of trash. So when I say it's behaving like a piece of trash, I mean that it's giving me that delay between inputs. Which is fine. I do kind of wish that I was getting more that I was getting more shawl shells than I actually am. It seems like it's like trying to gather from like a pool of like 5 different things. I don't think this is a shawl shell either. It's another silver ring. I love that for me. It's possible that if they're silver, they're gonna probably sell for something like venerable, but probably not. The food, can we talk for a minute about how crazy the food market is? Sometimes we do Just kind of like, this is gonna be another fucking ring. I could tell based off of how much HP the alleged fish loses when you press the buttons to make the effing thing go.
Potion seller, enough of these games.
If it loses too much HP, I know it's gonna be actual garbage. If it loses just a little bit, it says you're fairly sure you don't have skill to reel this one in, which is probably a blue tail, I've learned. But I'm on the very, like, razor's edge of what it will permit. For me to, like, catch fish. So there's a lot of, it seems like there's a lot of, no, I don't want a yellow globe. Only want shell shells, man. Well, don't you understand? So, like, it took me forever to actually find this information. Because there's like, fishing has a deceptively complex, this is a shell shell, because it's losing like half the HP that the actual garbage was with each prompt. My streamer doesn't finish thoughts. Head empty. No thoughts, head empty. What was I saying? I remember. Something about the food market being bad. And then he started talking about about how fishing works. Which one of the two subjects do you want? We got a new fishing skill there. I guess we'll start with fishing because the food market is nuts. It's just like a common, you know, that's not like a hot take or anything. More of like a lukewarm take at best. Whereas like telling you like how fishing works actually might be information that is incidentally useful to you. This is garbage. So whatever your skill is in fishing, you can add 10 to the amount of skill that you have, and that is your target ceiling. If you go like 1 or 2 levels above that, and like let's say that your target fish, like the thing that you're trying to fish is level 12 and you are level 0, you take your fishing level and then you add 10 to it, and that, barring any other influences from outside, is like your baseline, like for your target. So like even if you were to successfully fish up the level 12 fish, there is a high chance that unless you're like maybe like 1 level below, that the fish is going to, that the game is just going to say you lost the fish regardless of you winning the minigame because you don't have the skill to, you know, to bring it home or something like that. Like right now this is saying you're fairly sure you don't have the skill to reel this one in. It's because it's a blue tail. Because that's the only other, see? It just said, well, I mean, you can't see because my Final Fantasy 11 goals thing is blocking it. But it says you're fairly sure you don't have enough skill to reel this one in. You lost your catch due to your lack of skill. Which is BS. Like, I won the minigame. So, like, just give it to me.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
But that's your baseline. Absent of any other influences, that's like the highest that you can go. So how do you make use of that? You just go onto like, I don't think that Horizon has like a, maybe it does, maybe it's changed, maybe it was recently added, whatever. The classic Final Fantasy 11 wiki, which you could just type into Google in order to find the right one. It's literally just called Classic Final Fantasy 11, which is, and it's more so meant, this is a shell here. It's meant to be a companion piece to the private server Eden, which is the one that this server largely cannibalized. But it has so much crossover helpful information that outside of Horizon specific changes, you can pretty reliably just go on there for anything you might need. And it's at this, as of this speaking, is way more fleshed out than the Horizon wiki is. Just saying it for what it is. Horizon wiki, I have no doubts we'll get there, but we're not there yet. So you go onto Classic Final Fantasy 11 wiki, you look up fishing guide or fishing, and it will give you a list from 1 to 100, and maybe there's something higher. There's another shell here, I could tell. It will give you a breakdown of the skill level of required for, well, not literally required, but like the skill level of the fish that you're aiming for every single one. So there is different gear that you can buy that gives you fishing skill. You can get up to 4 fishing skill. Something that has only been recently mentioned by the devs, or at least a mod like that probably has insider knowledge and just wanted to share it. Mentioned that there is some kind of code thing that do be floating around that influences the number of like the golden arrow prompts that appear that give you basically like double progress during the minigame, associated with the high quality versions of the fishing gear that I mentioned. The +1 fishing gear does not appear all that often, if at all, and each piece is probably going to run you about 20k, 25k, something like that. I can't even, I have like 3 of the 4 pieces. I don't even know if it helps. I don't know if it's just like, if it just feels like memes or what, or it could be because I'm like aiming as high as I possibly can. Like I'm like level 39 trying to go for like a level 53 fish right now, or clam or shell or whatever you prefer to this like aquatic creature as.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
So that's where the other bits of the puzzle come into play, is the fishing gear. So you get your fishing gear, and then you can add whatever advanced sense support you want. So if you go to the Fisherman's Guild, you can get up to 2 hours, if I remember right, because it's been a long time since I've taken advantage of it. And that gives you like 3 extra fishing skill temporarily for 2 hours. And so you add all that shit up together. So let's use our own example. Oh, fish support is +2. I thought that all advanced support was 3, or is this fish just wants to be different, maybe? Which I respect if that's the case. Just fish is 2. Okay. All right, that makes sense. So you take the +2 fishing sense support, you add your fishing gear to it, so +4, assuming that you have all 4 pieces. Then you take your base level, let's just say 10, and then you add 10 to the top of that. And that's like the maximum that the game will allow before it stops giving you have a good feeling about this one messages for whatever your target fish is. And then like 1 or 2 levels above that, it just won't let you get it at all, probably like 50% of the time, it feels like. Like I'm in a position, I'm like 2 levels below Bluetail, and while the exact setup that I have isn't probably meant to catch Bluetail, I could just fine if I was like 2 levels higher, you know. But there's the rub, right? I don't care about Bluetail, at least right now. The only thing they use Bluetail for, if I remember correctly, is like seafood stew. It's not abhorrently expensive. Whereas like shawl shells are apparently like clam-based gold. Like you could take like a bundle of shawl shells down to your local, you know, Bestok bank, and then just put them on the, just like stack them on the counter and be like, look at all these clams. Except like they're literally clams. But like, am I good for these? And then they'll be like, yes, right this way, sir. Also take your little VIP placard. Shell shells get cut by bone crafters into pearls, black pearls. That makes sense why they're so expensive. Yeah, Bluetail isn't really used for too much in cooking, which is like basically my point of reference for like everything is like what can I cook it into? But that is interesting to think about. Shell shells are annoying to fish and they're almost impossible to buy because I took a very casual glance in Bibiki Bay at the NPC while I was looking for Pamtum kelp, because I was like, I'm not paying like 3,000 gil a stack for kelp, man. I could just walk out into the water and like scoop it up with my hands, right? I guess the other reason why my character doesn't do it is because his fancy dark steel armor that you almost never see because the stats are shit is gonna get like rusty. I'm not actually wearing it, I'm just lock styling it, but you know, my point still stands. I would feel gross, and my character would feel gross, and then I would feel bad. And then my character would feel bad, because if you die in the game, you die in real life. But I'm gonna have to look up at some point. I'm invested enough to talk about it, but not to actually look it up independently. But I'm wondering if there's any other use for shawl shells. Because they spiked to like 7K. So whenever an ingredient gets like that, whatever the associated meals are involved or like could be made from that thing get way more scarce and much more expensive, which makes sense, because like people basically do like a cost benefit analysis unless they like raw dog it, where they're just like, at least I do a quick calculation, some napkin math of what all the pieces are together and like how much the investment is, and then if I'm feeling pretty good about it, I'll then take a raw calc, as it were, of the end result of all the crap that I made, using crystals from the souls of creatures, whatever the lore is, to like make like a chocolate cookie or something, and then see how much I actually made out in theory, assuming that I'm able to avoid the food creation mafia that is led by the Joker. There's gonna be construction noises. I apologize for that. They're working on something upstairs, so like if it sounds like I'm forcibly inserting like a drill into the microphone, I assure you I am not doing that. Yeah, fish and myth kebabs use shawls. Yeah, that's the other big one. They actually use two, which is double bad, literally, because that's how math works.
Oh hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Fish myth kebabs do sell really well, more than I expected, actually. This is trash. I do not want this. I mean, like, all defense food is really good, and you probably get more mileage out of it as a tank that is able to reliably keep hate, which is probably just gonna be Paladin, unless the ninja actually plays sweaty and uses all of their elemental tools. Probably just Paladins are going to be able to make use of it, at least until 60, where the absolute state of damage dealers that are reasonably geared and prepared and knowledgeable are going to be able to make up the difference. If I momentarily stop talking when that drilling sound happens, it's because I'm getting mind flooded as it proceeds. There's literally nothing I can do about it. Like they're gonna be done in like 2 weeks, so like, or like maybe a week if I'm lucky, like a week and a half or something. And then I can have the full range of my brain back. But yeah. Here's a cheat code for you, and this may be one that all 5,000 watching are applying themselves already. If it is a popular food that you're looking at, that you're looking to provision for yourself for your next foray out, your next foray rather. I tried to say sortie and foray at the same time. It did not gel. To be expected. This is another silver ring. If it's a popular food, try to buy it for an amount that seems psychotic. You like it when my voice does that? Burr. Burr, burr, burr. It's so good. You have to aim for something that seems psychotic. So like 1,000, 1,500, maybe even 2,000. If there are people out there that are crazy enough, and if there's a situation, like I'm speaking specifically about apple pies, which my agent has informed me is okay for me to talk about now that I've run through my entire supply of apple pies that I put onto the auction house at a ridiculously low amount, which is why I'm mentioning this now. Is if an amount is really high for like a food, like apple pies, like apple pie plus ones were like 8,000 per stack, way more than they're worth. Let me just preface it like that. Like they're probably good at like 5,000-6,000 at most. I don't know how they got to 8,000 considering how prolific apple pies are and their use. I don't know. You're gonna have to fill in the blanks there. But I listed the apple pie plus ones that I made myself at like 7,500 or 7,501 because you want to avoid a situation where you could possibly lose out on 100 an extra 100 gil from like people aiming for like 7,500 or something, right? And there should be no situation where you have to aim that much under the floor, or what seems to be that much under the floor. Like you should just be able to put like 7,901 and then be fine. And then maybe you would compete with somebody that occasionally puts like the amount at 7,900, right? It doesn't need to be in these huge swinging increments. But here we are. So I put it at 7,501 and I still didn't sell. And I was like, okay, there's like now 50 apple pie plus one stacks on there. So maybe someone set it for like 7,301. They're being extremely ballsy because all it takes is one dude with a dream and the common sense to just schizophrenically check what is like the baseline price that things are actually going for. Like it just takes one guy. All it takes is one guy, and then the whole thing collapses. You should see some of the weapon undercutting wars. I would actually be happy to hear stories about you've undercut by 10K. What the fuck? And you still didn't get it? That's disgusting. I guess like in terms of like proportions, like we're basically like talking about like the same amount of pain generated. It's just that whatever it is that you're selling is obviously, so much more. Like the scale, like to scale, it sounds right. Because I understand like how big of like how quickly somebody can turn into the Joker when they see that their thing isn't selling like literally within 12 hours. I always aim for like infinitely lower than like it seems to me that it should sell for. There are certain things that people don't undercut too much or too often. Like I actually can't think of anything right. Like adamant shit. I guess that's my only example really. Item going for 65K, listed for 30,001. Oh my god, dude. I've seen some stuff that like I don't remember what it was, but I did see something that was at least 40K that somebody bought for like 1 gil. That somebody literally listed at 1 gil, and somebody bought it for 1 gil. I wish I remember what that was, but oh my god, dude, it's just like it's just so susceptible to being one guide. But the apple pies, I went down to 7,301, and then I was like, I'm probably gonna sell one before somebody figures calls the bluff, and then the whole market is gonna come crashing down, and it still didn't sell because you know you periodically, because you have too much time on your hands, right? You periodically check the auction house listing to see if somebody sells after the last name that you see having like been sold to. So like you see like name A, and then you relist your thing, and then you see a new name B pop up, which means that you have to aim lower. I went like 77,001, and then I saw like the apple pies went up to like the apple pies went up to like 80 stacks, and then I was like, all right, I just have to, you know, do like an emergency vent, and I just relisted for 6,001. And it's amazing. They all sold through for 8,000, except for the guy calling my bluff at like the very last moment, causing the whole market to crash. Unless random stacks of crystals for 11 gil when I just want them to move, never been caught. That's pretty lucky. I probably wouldn't risk it with something like dark crystals, which are also basically like gold right now. But you're probably like talking about like wind crystals and stuff like that. Which makes sense, because like even though I can imagine that someone is doing what you're describing and listing for like 15 or something, I'm like 300 gil is not gonna break me. I'm just gonna buy it for 300 anyway. It's only like the higher that the price is, like the more like I try to nickel and dime stuff. Because you know that the pain is just so much more proportional.
Why is it spicy?
Another shell here. There are a couple, I think I've found after like constant experimentation with like, I'm gonna sound like I know what I'm gonna sound to myself like I know what I'm talking about, even though, you know, it's all grain of salt stuff. But like what I am referring lovingly as like market tolerance, I've gotten a lot more used to it over time. Like there's some food items I just flatly won't make anymore. Namely like meat myth kebabs. Sometimes I trick myself into thinking that meat myth kebabs are okay to make, and then almost every single time I've been punished when trying to make them. As in like the moment that I try to put it on the auction house, it seems like there's like a carnival of like chefs out there that are all thinking the same thing. Like when the stacks get down to like about 20 or so, like meat myth kebabs, or like the chief kebabs, which also sell chronically for way more than they're worth. It's down to like sub 5 or 3. And then everybody just like dumps their entire load onto the market and sends it crashing down to like, you know, baseline price. You're very reliant on luck when it comes to like those popular foods, and then it's like a right time, right place type thing. But you're trying to like squeeze into this incredibly small window before everyone else catches on that like, hey, I could also make a ton of money now. I'm basically just like describing, I understand, just like how it works. Just like how the market works. This isn't like new knowledge that I'm giving you or anything, but you know, we have like a half an hour before we start assembling the troops and getting like ranked missions done. And I'm also never, I would like to grab this shell, thank you. I'm never gonna make bison steaks again. Long time ago, and the before times. Eternities, aeons in the past. I made bison steaks that sold for about like 8,000 each. They only take like 2,500 to make. Unless the situation is real bad. And then after my first ever like experienced collapse of like the market, because like it just people started stocking like crazy and then undercutting like crazy, just ad nauseum. They've never actually recovered back to 8,000 from what I've seen. But there are certain recipes that people do buy just regularly enough And the ingredients involved are just annoying enough that it makes it so that there isn't often a supply, but that there is just enough interest in it, in whatever the item is, to make like a consistent long-term profit on. So, you know, because I love self-torture, it would be like things like seafood stew or like mushroom stew. Although mushroom stew is pretty popular too, because like it's an amazing mix of stats, and it is honestly shocking to me that more people don't make mushroom stew or use it. It seems like barely anyone uses it. It seems like most people are just like content with like ginger cookies and stuff, even though they could get like infinitely more mileage per capita out of things like mushroom stew. Oh, I love that sound. I love it so much. That's good. I also experimented with a couple of other different items. Like I made a ton of shark fin soup because I think that it was a right idea but wrong time and place thing, where I saw shark fin soup like get bought out recently and like it only takes like 2K to make shark fin soup, but they each sold for like 5,000. This is trash. I don't need to be doing this. They each like sold for like 5,000, so it was like there's literally none on the auction house. And like if people, I don't know why people, it's like a weird food. It's one of those weird foods that has like a mishmash of seemingly random attributes that you're like, unless you're like a red mage or something that's soloing, like I have no idea who this is for or like who this is meant to help. Like if you look up shark fin soup stats, you'll see what I mean. I think it's like HP, Dex 4, like MP plus 5, not 5%, like just plus 5. And like HP regen plus 9. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. More people need to get on the Navarin train for low level. Exactly, yes. Random item sales are usually driven by GP. Yeah, which is why it made like 8,000 herb koos, if I'm saying that right. I am very lucky I didn't just lose my... I prematurely yanked out, you know, pardon my French.
Oh, big.
And I'm very surprised I didn't lose my lore there. Yeah, I made a bunch of herb koos because they sold for like 3,000, but they sold for 3,000 like a month ago, right? So it's like the chances aren't good that these are gonna sell through easily or quickly, but it could be like a drip feeding profit over time, because I can handle waiting a while for all my stuff to sell through, which is honestly what I would prefer, because it means that I don't have to like be constantly stocking my shit. I can just fill up my mules and my own AH with stuff that is gonna make a reasonable profit. And if it doesn't sell all that fast, that's fine. I'm like doing other stuff in the MMO. Which paradoxically also causes me to avoid certain things. Like even though it sounds psychotic, you know, I can't, you know, I'm not gonna plead the fifth or anything. But like I will avoid things like Guguru tuna unless it's selling for over 1,500 each. It's like an 800 gil fish at best, but people be going crazy for making courier carry jugs, even though it sells like for almost as much as it takes to make it at those prices. It's just bananas. Not literally bananas. Not pamamas, because then I wouldn't be calling them pamamas. I think that our chances are very good that we're gonna be able to get to rank 8. Especially because I ran through all these missions before. I'm on rank 8-2 at the moment. I would have progressed further, but I am a mortal meat man, despite how it appears. Shocking, I know. I'm not like actually like a robot, or am I? Ooh. Flesh is weak even if the mind is willing, so you know, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I was like, I literally have to do something that is not this. It was just too much. So like we're gonna be running longer than perhaps we normally would, although we've been doing that as like a regular practice as we've learned the joys of streaming. You know, that we've tasted upon the cornucopia of random dopamine infused events that are associated. We've run longer than the 3 hours that we were typically averaging at first. So we will get up to 8-1. And then after that, it's gonna be, we're gonna finish out, and by we I mean however many Bass tokens I can collect together in order to do the missions, which seems to be a fair few, but we'll see who actually shows up. We'll be able to get a fair few up to 8, and then we're gonna try to get them the rest of the missions, and by them I mean me included, all the way up to rank 10 tomorrow. I think it's very possible. None of the fights involved are what I would describe as difficult, even with less preferred types of support. Like it's because I've been saying like, hey, if you want to get in on this, feel free to bring whatever job you want. You know, preferably you're gonna want to bring something like above 50 if you can still help it. But if you just care about getting the ranks, and if we can fit you in, because there's only like 1 BCNM, so we would, you'll be fine. Just like come as you are, and that's been okay so far. It's all new content to me after rank 6. Well, after rank 8 now. Hey, NoFlow, how's it going? It's all new content to me after, or was for rank 6. So rank 8-2 and above is all going to be new shit to me. The primary reason why I'm bothering with it at all is because of the wardrobe slots that are being held hostage behind the system. Even though I don't like having access to my wardrobe slots, I also understand and can appreciate why they did it the way that they did. And by they, I mean the devs, and by it, I mean, you know, dangle wardrobe slots behind, you know, certain milestones. Like it's getting me to do the content, which could not be said for retail or Eden. You know, these I was so used to like Eden and retail just giving me copious amounts of like avocado toast and like Fortnite bucks that I didn't appreciate what I had, and now I do. And like the gill is nice. The gill injection is nice from getting increasingly higher up. Like eventually it changes, like it stops doubling, but it also gets increasingly large, where it's like at rank 6, like once you get rank 6 you get like 30,000. And like APM for Bestok missions, right? Yep. I'll do a roll call in about 10 minutes. If you'd like, I can invite you now. I should be keeping a tab of who has suggested that they would join, and yet I have failed spectacularly in this regard. So I'm just gonna do like a couple of roll calls, see who responds. Because if you're interested, you're gonna be waiting for me to do that, right? I'm sure there's gonna be stragglers because there always is. This wouldn't be like an MMO, classic or otherwise, if you didn't have people that are like, I know that you said it was like 8 o'clock, but like I had to like wash my, you know, I had to wash my business. So like I know that I'm not here. Actually, it reminds me of when I was in college. It reminds me of when I was a resident assistant, and part of like our initial meetups to like, you know, expose ourselves to like 8 hours or so of nigh constant icebreakers. We had to meet at like a certain room, and we were all told, this is genius, by the way, we were all told that we had to meet at like, this as an example, like 9 o'clock. But they told us it was like 8:30. Some people were, and still are, chronically late to stuff. So everyone was told 8:30 when the thing was actually supposed to start at 9. So cue it being like 8:59, and I see one of my friends who's like of the chronically late variety bolting at max human speed, like a gazelle, like borderline like a gazelle, to pass all the doors to get inside, and rushes inside, is like insanely apologetic about how he's late and that he had to do XYZ thing and he just lost track of time. And if you can believe it, he got pissed when he was told, no, you're actually on time. It went from confusion to him being angry in the span of about 30 seconds because he was told, he was basically like, he was mad that he was made to rush. Even though he's like, it's just like the throughput there is just not, it just was, it just wasn't connecting. Like, why are you upset? He's like, because I had to rush all the way over here and I thought it was late. Dog, you're on time. Like this is why they did it. So I do believe in the innate and or recoverable goodness of most human beings, per my philosophy that I practice. You know, that old Greco-Roman 2,000-year-old philosophy that, you know, is all the rage nowadays. I'm not gonna tell people that the event is like 7:30 or that it's like 8 o'clock when it's like actually 7:30 or whatever combination of events just came out of my mouth. I'm waiting for the drill sound, so like I'm like pre-mind flooding myself. All right, we're actually getting close to time. We got a few fishing skill ups out of that. If you're new to the channel, you like what you've heard so far, clicking the follow button below not only updates you when I'm around, it helps the algorithm find others who might like this too. Didn't give good enough warning about the ad break. I was so stuck in my story. Please forgive me. Let me see if I can grab Nullbreaker before he goes AFK, because I need him. Oh no, he's still fine. All right, we're gonna warp back. Just going to be warping back to get organized. And an hour of no ads, huzzah. I almost forgot that I was / Black Mage. How foolish I would have been. It's actually a good opportunity to de-dry my mouth. Wow, hot coffee is hot. Did you know that? I didn't. They should put some kind of warning label on my thermos. I'm gonna sue for that. Let's swap our sub job around. I don't know. Maybe I'll buy an extra stack of prisms or something just in case people need a visible and they forget it. If you are wanting, let me see if Soren's on. There he is. And who else? Black Bolt was also wanting in. I believe. Who else? Bakken? Misa? Hello. Bakken's there. And then Misa. Actually, I might want Gakken in his own party. Gakken, I know I literally just invited you. Do you mind dropping so we can alliance? I'll have you invite others. Invite some others. Okay. We'll meet at Revelation Rock in Western Alteba Desert. See, can you invite Misa? Toe? Not Misa from Death Note, although that would be cool. My big titty goth GF. No, I'm happily married. Oh, who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Let's see. Oh, I should have probably told that. Tell Gakken, can you invite Misa to Gakken and let me know when she picks up. Soren's already in here. I feel like there's somebody I'm missing. Somebody else that said that they were interested. Someone that I don't speak to often. Lost Time Lord was it? Gakken, can you invite? And Lost Time Lord 2. Tell Lost Time Lord Gakken is gonna invite you for ranking up. I don't think there's anyone else in Goodwill that needs it. Although you don't need to be Bestoken to help. Like 90%. See all. Let's get them allianced. Lionsteed. Okay, I sent out the alliance invite. I wait with bated breath. Ooh, let's go. There they are.
That's what I'm talking about. Wow!
Let us see if there's anyone else in. I think that's everyone from Goodwill that would be joining or may be interested. We still have 5 minutes to go, so we're not going to go anywhere yet. Okay, so that person that's Bestoken is in a party. I think we have everyone that we're going to get. This is a pretty good. I'm going to keep it so that I have one more spot for whatever reason in my party. We'll head. I think this is everyone. We'll give people, stragglers, at least another 10, 15 minutes. We'll head over to the question marks once. We'll head over to the question marks by the Revelation Rock in Western El Tepe Desert. The question marks are southwest of the rock. Make sure that you have all CSs and such done. All right, that's it. That's all we need to say. So let's make sure that we are geared appropriately. Equip my 73 and above set. AK my shit pushing in set. Basically as much amnesty as I probably will ever need in most cases. It's ironically I shouldn't, it's a silly reason to avoid sky parties, right? But like I so easily lose hate like incredibly fast. Like there's this period where like between 63 or 62 rather 62 and 67 or 62 and 60, yeah, it is 67, where I just cannot fucking hold hate at all. Like I just can't. Like this, I might hold it for like a microsecond, like a quasi instantaneous like glint in someone's eye. I might hold it, but only if I like blow like all of my ability load on whatever it is that we're dealing with in the moment. And that's like one fight. Like there's like we got 24 shells out of that. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that result. And I can get so many scopes off these things that if I need to spend like 1,000 years grabbing them, that's fine. We'll sell the garbage. Zone. I was. Oh. Hang on, somebody I'm getting interfaced with on Discord. Sounds great. Sounds great. Gawkin, when you can, invite Gavlin. Gawkin will invite you. I'm glad I caught that. I'm glad you made me aware. I'm glad you let me know I'm streaming, so my brain is focused on like 5 different things at once. I should do a quick check to see if there's anyone else that needs. Last call on getting Bestok rank 6 to 8 missions done. Tell. Any job level is fine. And then we'll send that to Cat Cafe. There's a huge amount of crossover. It's like the cutie is me. There's a huge amount of crossover between Goodwill and Cat Cafe. If you're not familiar with what Cat Cafe is, it is a Yame Cats, another Final Fantasy XI streamer. Link Shell. Goodwill is, I don't know who the founder is, but it's like the soccer, also Final Fantasy XI streamer. Icy Caladrius is another one. You know. Repog. No, I think that drilling is over. I think there's no more drilling. Even though I feel like the moment I stop talking about drilling, I'm gonna get drilled. Ooh woo. I think we lost someone. Did he? Oh, he's dropping to get teleported. See all lost? That makes sense. Lost Time Lord is already at Western El Tepe. It appears. Oh. Alrighty, gather together at the super cool white mage for Altep. I don't think there's any other steps. I think 6-1 is literally just beating the absolute shit out of 2 ancient artifacts. Because this is like the 1400s, right? So like we don't know that we're preserving history or destroying history by, you know, blowing up these relics from like an ancient time that have been resurrected for lore reasons to protect a pebble, what is apparently a pebble, some kind of mystical pebble. It's a different time, man. Oh, I'm apparently the outlier on my way to you. I brought my food and shit, right? Prism. Prism me. Silent oils. Okay, maybe if I stop moving. Okay, a little bit to go. Okay, I believe I am here. Maybe. I'm getting closer. I'm so close. Oh my god. Woo, we did it.
Look.
This stupid paladin doesn't know what he's doing. He can't coordinate for shit.
I still don't know why we even go on missions, to be honest. Because the natural environment is not going to impress itself. You know? We gotta go to the place. We have to kill all the indigenous wildlife in the area ad nauseum to clear the way for the construction of new McBastoks. It's like if we're gonna make sure that the McBastok baby back rib like actually comes back, it's we all have to do our part, which evidently involves OP warp is fine. It's not too far. Like, do I want to destroy these Sphinxies? No. Will I do it for the love of the game? Yeah. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it again. That's the messed up part, is that you just like you're trained effectively by the tasks that you're given and like the assignments to become like just a ruthless soldier, man. You're just you kill because it's just what comes naturally to you. It's like breathing. You know, you just like what do you want me to do? You want me to not do these things? Like to find some kind of like peaceful alternative? Now. No, that's stupid. That's stupid and bad. I do like everyone's gonna have their own opinion, and I'm not gonna pretend like I'm like well versed in the lore. I didn't know you wanted one. I'll give. I'm not like super well versed in the lore of like why we're doing the things that we're doing. At this stage, like after 5-1, when it seems like nations just like stop like doing things together for whatever reason, it's probably like the most confusing part, the whole saga. Like for Bestok at least, the missions start becoming about learning about like the Galka's history, like their traditions and what a Tailkeeper is, and a portion of like how that ties into like the main story of like the Shadow Lord and everything, which is interesting. I'll give it that. It is interesting. I do have this feeling that I can't shake off that we're doing these things because we're basically like, according to the Bestokan government, like children that they don't know what to do with. So basically by sending us on these missions to go do these like random tasks, it's kind of like our parents are dropping us off at GameStop so that they can then go back to like doing nothing or doing something else. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know, since it's broken up so much in COP and Zillart. It is a very weird situation, that the whole like mission structure and flow, and that there's not a small number of characters that I have no fucking idea like who they are, or like what they're supposed to be doing, or like what the context is, like why they matter. Like, for example, I've seen exactly once in this whole saga this Mithra that seems important, that is in white, seemingly mage-like robes, but uses a bow and arrow, and she gets like if you read at like a natural but relatively quick pace, it's like a fucking 5-minute like exposition where she's like trading barbs and banter with the dragon and its, you know, its big eyeball cohort, and she's all like, you know, we've been through a lot together, like this time referring to you, the player character. We've been through a lot, it's been some shit, but you know, we're gonna pull it through because this is our role as heroes, and you know, good luck. I'm gonna shoot a final arrow at this thing. And I'm like, I don't even know who you are. Like, if you're gonna, like, you're like a bow person, right? Can't you just like sit in the back and like help? Like, it seems like, and I understand that it's like a PS2 game, basically, right? But like still, it's just like, it's weird. And I know that later on, like in COP missions and stuff like that, spoilers for like a double-decade-old MMORPG, but some missions do have like NPCs that do things, like have like a physical presence, and then it's like sort of like a pseudo NPC thing at that point. All right, we're almost all gathered together. Like towards the end of COP, that sort of thing happens. You don't really see it often later, or at least not in like a mission type structure. You see the shit out of it in Besieged and stuff, but that's because it's like a combat environment, right? Where they have the freedom to allow NPCs to just kind of like dot the map and do whatever. Null Breacher looking spiffy. Black Bolt looking spiffy. Everybody looking spiffy. So much spiff, dog. Jump. We jump now. Dark Paladins can't jump. I can jump. It's hard though, man. All this armor weighing me down. Stop aggroing. I'm on my fishing macro set. I hate that for me. I changed over to warrior, right? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Did I not? I didn't. I'm a fool. That's fine. We're gonna end up going all the way back anyway. I don't need provoke to get hate. I just like it. I like the sound it makes when it takes a man's life. Okay. All right. If everyone's here, it looks like anyone can touch the question mark. 2 Sphinxes will spawn. Kill the eastern one first, and then touch the after both are dead. All right. Anyone can press the button. They should appear. Look at them, they're so majestic. We'll confuse everyone. And by everyone, I mean like not at all. Western Sphinx.
Look at me, I'm a Dark Paladin.
And then we'll Sentinel. Wow, is he able to pull heat off me? That's honestly pretty impressive. Ma Cure 4. Stall. And we'll heal Gablin if he starts going down again. Oh wow, I overcooked that cure. I did not need to go in that hard. Yeah, these guys are easy. The spell guy's annoying, but it's not like the end of the world. I don't think he even got it off. Sweet. Congratulations. Check the question mark. And I think that's all that we need to do for this. Grab the moon pebble, talk to the... Alright, let me see which one's next. Alrighty, you can now go back to Bestok and talk to the guy about the thing. Let's see. I'll just show you what I'm looking at. Blah, blah, blah. To talk to Gilgamesh. Okay. There's a lot of running y'all gotta do. I will meet you outside Ifrit's Cauldron. I will grab 2 Adaman ore to spawn the things with. Easy peasy. Yeah, No Breacher is right. You could have just literally grabbed anything and then just... Because, like, when they send you on this mission, they're like, this pebble is linked intimately with, like, the future of our people. Right? And then they're like, it only appears or some shit like every 200 years. Or am I confusing like how many memories the Tailkeeper has stored up? Something like that. It's some mix, I'm sure. But like nobody's seen this. Nobody knows what it looks like. Right? So just like grab a rock. Just grab a rock. Like just grab a rock, forehead. Oh, disgusting. Regular clothes. Get me out of this. Quit me. Stylock. No, Gavlin. Empty. You mean you didn't get the pebble? I did not have the... Why would you not check? Why? Who didn't? I want names. I'm gonna ban from the chat. Or ban... That's a Freudian slip. If you didn't get the... We gotta go back and redo the fight. I will spank you like crazy if... I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it in my bones. It's a classic Final Fantasy XI experience thing though. And I had to go back. This is me coping. No, it's fine. You're here now. We're here now. Let's do it. It's super fast to get there and back anyway. But next time, Gawk is right. Next time will be a spanking, and not the fun kind. All right. I'll head back over. I need to grab Edamanor. The order of operations. But the fight, thankfully, the fight is not that bad. If it's Cauldron entrance, it is I5. Yep, that's totally fine. If you've already moved on, you're good. There is no need to extract yourself. I knew it. I knew it. Deep in my robot bones that was gonna happen. Oh look, it went down by a whole 700. How generous. 1-1. Okay. We're gonna do it. He's going rad. Furry shrieking. Okay, I'm back. Did he say that he wanted to come? I don't think I have logs. I mean, we're underway now. Like, we're doing the thing now. I'll tap on me. Kazats is like in the first one, forehead. First listing. It's not that far of a run. From the OP, it's like maybe like 3/4 of a map. I really should have used that as an opportunity to offload all my silver rings and stuff. And yet, there can be only tears. Pardon me while I take a swig of coffee. Yes, please. Yes, please. What? What? Are you wanting to get... Are you wanting to do the missions for... I'm assuming him all capsing me is him being like, I want to join, but like he needs to use his words. I don't know what okay, I'm back, yes please means. I can only infer. No pun intended, but pun sort of intended now. We'll invite him. Are you wanting to do the missions for? And the response is okay. Furry, are you 150% sure that you have done all of the NPC stuff, NPC cutscene stuff, to the up to fighting the Sphinxes? Because I don't know. I don't know if he has. Zone. We zone now. Unzone. If not, we're gonna let you die when it pops. Funny to think about, but probably not. Because that would be defying my goal. Goal number 2. Not letting anyone die. Remind me when we're there to give a pearl. Bestoken gang, Bestoken gang. I remember that ferryman. I don't know what that means. We will be fine. I have loads of meds and chivalry, so I basically have like 900 MP banked. I don't want to spend the pro either if I need to, but if I do, it's like 250 MP just for funsies. Well, by funsies I mean like I paid like a premium for it. I think they're like, when I last bought them, they were like 7K or something. Not cheap, but like given that it's like a life-saving medication, it certainly is cheaper than a vial elixir. That is for sure. If there's one thing that I will say that is relatively expensive to buy, but that you should probably keep on you, just for the situations where it matters, because when it matters, it really matters, is Vial Elixir +1. Vial Elixir +1 drops off of apparently like a number of fights at some point, but they sell for like 20,000. And 20,000 for a consumable seems psychotic, but you also have to think about it in terms of like a cost-benefit analysis. Like, how much is your time worth to you in terms of gil? It's like in the situation where like your back is to the wall and you're about to win, but you're also about to die, that Vial Elixir could save you in Final Fantasy XI time like 40-45 minutes of pain and suffering. Oh yeah, you love that? You thought the drilling was over. No. It's just begun. Let's trade Soren Chan. The Link Pearl.
Slow down, I'm gonna spurt. Sorry.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
That's what I'm talking about.
Where is it? That's Goodwill. That would be very confusing to give to him. Give me 1 gil. Oh my god. That wasn't part of the agreement. Oh fuck. Oh man. Oh, the Cactuar. Can the Cactuar please just not? Can it just be doing something completely other than what it's doing right now? I'd really appreciate it. Probably gonna want to whip out and then no explanation afterward. I mean, it does look as though I'm making the sound, which at least is relatively amusing. Like, I'm making the bird sound. Do you like this? Is this funny to you, chatter? Are you lolling? Are you Raffle Taika thing? Rolling on the floor, laughing that you're crapping in the hall? Is that you going to the bathroom? Yeah, it's all over the ground. LTL is back. I did not know that he was gone. Okay, please invite Lost Time Lord. Ooh. Hi Yame. Hi, thank you. Just so I am 100% instead of just 99% sure. There is some construction that's happening, so just pretend as though I'm making this sound with my mouth, because I definitely am, because I don't want to ruin your immersion, making you think that I'm anything other than like an actual like robot entity. Welcome, Soren. Well, like, thank you. You are furry in game, yes? Right? I think. If so, please. I thought it was your butt. It is my, I mean, yeah, it's my butt. Unless it's like, I don't know, you know? It could be like a, depending on how it's constructed, my butt could also be my mouth. I don't think it's gonna happen again because I did not scold anyone. However, I did throw out there that I was disappointed very slightly in a dad-like way. That I requested people to make sure that they had the cutscenes and everything caught up before, you know, we did the fight and everything. That was not the case. That did not happen. So I just want to be doubly sure that all the cutscenes and NPCs were talked to. Because it doesn't matter right now because it doesn't hurt very much to come out here and do this fight, but it could matter later where we're, you know, we're basically about ready to kill God, and yet someone's like, well, I forgot to talk to Sid. Yeah, it doesn't feel great. Okay, I think we're waiting on one more person. Gavlins. You good, Gav? Oh yeah. Yeah, you love that, you slut?
Not.
I hit it on the mark!
Mission complete.
Makes me want a hot dog real bad.
It is a good sound. I don't remember literally anything else from the movie. I don't remember anything else from the movie. I don't even remember that part, but it's just as a soundbite. It is rapidly growing on me. She's the best in it. Who is the actress that you're referring to? I'm assuming you're talking to the one that's actually making the line. She's in a lot of stuff. You know, if it's a hot dog lady, the one that's actually saying it, she's in a lot. Alright, we're gonna cheer. Alrighty, we're all here, I think. You can do the thing. Just enlighten me. And even though we don't need to, just for fun, we'll slam back some Ikra Gunkin. I'm just going to physically press the sushi against the slits in my faceplate, and just as I'm pressing it, compressing the sushi matter into the helmet, I'm like simultaneously licking it out of the slits from the inside. Don't clip that. It started to sound, I was way too deep. Oh my god, that doesn't make it much better, does it? I was way too deep into licking things from the inside the slip. Watch this drive. Don't take that the wrong way. Don't take anything I said the wrong way. Just listen to the dulcet tones of a drill being forced down onto my microphone.
Why?
Y'all need Jesus. I cannot, like, it hasn't been like really impressive, but like I cannot wait for the construction to be over, which should be happening in a couple of weeks, because like I live in a restored like it was actually like a community center. It's a very small building, so like don't get the wrong idea. Well, it's not, it's a relatively small building, but still big enough to house what was like a town's population of like 30 or 40 people. Like an extremely small town worth of population. That got like picked up and then turned into a livable space in the modern era. You don't work in construction site that's always under construction. It feels that way. You joke, but it does feel that way, or at least it has for like the last 3 months. But there is a deadline in place that the upstairs has to be human habitable in the next probably 2-3 weeks max, which means that the sounds will stop. And it also means that there are going to be more doggies that are around that my little peanut butter princess can, like, you know, interface with and like frolic around and like be cute with and stuff like that. Furry is getting his shit pushed in. Save the baby. She's got sun-kissed toes, and she deserves the entire world. I bought her a new snake because she pulverizes the absolute Christ out of any snake or snake-like representation of like a stuffed animal. Whatever the fuck that means. What just came out of my mouth. So I'm pretty much like the one that's like single-handedly propping up the like stuffed animal snake market. She's training to protect. She's as a collection of 13 to 14-year-olds once said at the apartment complex they used to live at, a doge. She is a Shiba Inu. And we put an unreal amount of work into her, man. She knows a lot of different tricks, and she's about like one of the most grab the question mark furry to grab the moon pebble. Okay, he said I did it. Nice. Okay, now get all the rest done, and I'll meet you outside Ifrit's Cauldron, I-5. Here, actually, hang on, Soren. This is why I'm like chronically overprepared. I'm just gonna give it one of my less used ones. Here you go. There you are, my friend. I have like 5 warp cudgels. I use them all the time. More than I should. I can't help it. Just that having literally any quality of life, literally, I think I said literally too many times. Let's try a different word. Having, because of course it's literal. Like I literally have this stuff and I'm literally doing the thing. You can keep Soar. I have like 4 others. I don't care. Why the fuck the pet dogger redeems? Because she gets an enormous amount of pets throughout the day. I don't want to OD her on dopamine. Besides, I love on her so much that sometimes she gets annoyed and she makes like little, makes like a sound of protest if like I'm giving her too many kisses on the face. She is incredibly cute. Insanely good with new people, to the point that if she meets a new person, she doesn't know really if she's supposed to be like a new person in the house, like somebody that she hasn't met before, like our upcoming new neighbor that's going to be upstairs. She doesn't know she's supposed to be like a guard dog, or if she's supposed to like love unconditionally like every person that like comes into the house. So she does like a little bit of column A, column B. She is very good with tricks. Like I taught her how to do other hand, or other paw rather, where you do paw, which is just how she learned to do it, right? She would just shake, like where you would say shake, they would lift the paw, everybody claps, everybody on the plane stands up and claps, right? Other paw is you holding your hand out, almost said paw, and then say, okay, paw, she lifts up her paw, and then you lift up your other hand and say other paw. And then she'll alternate as much as she's willing to tolerate, or pretty much forever if you have like treats or something. She's very food motivated. If you hold out the palm of your hand to the side, she's able to differentiate that. You say touch, she runs over to the palm of your hand and boops it with her nose. And you can say touch, 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 and alternate your hands out like to the sides, like as far as your arms will go. And she'll just dip between them, you know, booping your nose against her palms. Not straight to Ifrit's Cauldron. You've gotta do some CSs and running around first. I'd look up the end of this mission in the Final Fantasy Classic Wiki. And then the next one to see who all you need to talk to. Even though we haven't taken advantage of it, I've also taught her how to non-verbally take some of the commands or do some of the commands. I work like a not small part of my past work history was working with special needs kids, or populations in general, not just kids, but like K through 12 or like working adults that happen to have special needs. Not many of them had like speaking deficiencies or like eye deficiencies, but she is able to do things like roll over and stuff with certain head movements. So if you were to look at her and just tilt your head to the right like this, she will roll over. If you do just a nod like that, she will lay flat, and she can also tell the difference between the two. Probably one of the this is a little bit of parental bias for sure, but she's one of the smartest dogs I've ever met. Almost too smart in that she's able to tell if you're trying to take her outside. Like, if you try to take her outside, she could tell when you put the harness out, because we opt for like a harness that goes around the shoulders instead of around the neck. Oh, I love it. I love that, son. No one needs to grab the Adaman or mentioned in 7 and 6.2. I've grabbed if you're feeling kind, I'll take maybe like 1K. I want to try to make sure that this process is as easy on people as humanly possible. Yell. I'll actually yell now. Bestok. Mission rank 6.2. Do you need it? Tell. Any job or level is fine. What is the name of this mission called? The Pirate's Cove? The Pirate's Cove. We have like we can easily fit 2 more people. Like they don't have to do anything. Except like obviously just like show up and kill shit. That's it. Okay, so not the courtesy yell. I'm going to go to. Every time I see oregano, I think of oregano, which also reminds me of the time that I was broken up with. I shit you not, because I admitted I didn't know what cilantro was. that was it. Like there was nothing else. Everything was going great. Like let me just preface that there was no tells, no recent events that were negative. It was like a string of like really positive dates, genuine conversation throughout. You know, a generous helping of like mutual interests were shared, and yet when we were just casually talking about like ingredients for some reason, something cooking related, we were talking about she mentioned cilantro, and I was like, just nonchalantly, I was like, "What's that?" And her face, like all of the positive emotion melted from her face, and in probably one of the cattiest voices I've heard in a long time, she was like, "You don't know what cilantro is?" Kind of like it was the same reaction that you would expect from someone that you were dating if you were just like, hey, do you have like spare pants because I just shat mine? Like like this is really visceral reaction. Oh, it isn't you just have weird genes that make it taste like soap. Are you saying about cilantro? Oh, the cilantro gene, that's right. I don't think I've tasted cilantro yet, so I can't even tell you. I 100% do. Both my parents have it too. Chose it in 23andMe. Congratulations. I don't think I've ever been here before. Where is this? That looks like some Elden Ring shit. Just looking into that makes me uncomfortable. Like something massive could rise out that deep and just like pull me in. Try not to think about it. Also try not to think about the fact that you're manually breathing and manually blinking right now. You're welcome. let's just make sure that we get all the panic attacks out of the way. Just all in one big jump. So some of my some of the people I know have said that they think that birch beer tastes like mouthwash. Does anyone else agree with this? I think that it tastes like those like pink candies with the, you know, like all grandmas are required by law to have, that are like a little bit minty. I don't think that it crosses into like mouthwash territory. But then again, I'm also a chronic enjoyer of peppermint mocha creamer. I5. Is it I5? It is I5. It's the second entrance. I also went completely the other way around. I failed to update people that this was happening the first time. And if said people are still here, I apologize again. Ads, I'm a Twitch affiliate. Mr. Bezos and all of his wisdom, hallowed be his name, enforces upon all streamers the requirement to run ads of some description. It's a very pick your poison type situation where you can either choose to run pre-rolls and then basically have ads run like, from what I understand, like semi-randomly throughout the stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong if that's not the case, because I've read online people saying things like if you just let pre-rolls run, then most people don't see an ad after that. I super press exit down on that, and then like in the same thread they say like, well, when you get pre-rolls, like you get pre-rolls, my dude, you get pre-rolls for like, if you're alt tabbed or you have to refresh the page or literally anything does anything to like the active like main monitor viewing enjoyment of the stream, it pre-rolls you. So I've chosen instead for at least like what seems to me to be the lesser of two evils, which is I control the ads, because at least then I can push it out to the maximum amount of time based off the minimum amount of ads they'll let me get away with to buy that amount of time, and so that you get at least an hour of consumable stream in between. And then, you know, an hour is long enough to basically say like, okay, everybody, ads are coming up in like a few minutes. Brace for impact. This is a great time to get up, walk around, pet your dog, brush your teeth, work on your knitting, whatever your chosen flavor of activity. I support it. I'm going the wrong way, I think. No, that is the right way. I should probably stand outside. I'm gonna check though, because some people are still at Bestok mines, so they'll be able to catch up. But yeah, the whole reason why I went on that spiel is because ads are starting in like 3 minutes. It's probably going to take an additional 3 minutes for people to make their way here, so you're literally not going to miss anything. Excuse me? What? Are you high, Mr. Bat? What? You woke up and chose violence? You're gonna be the hero of this story? Why did I change? What? Why did I change? Excuse me? I don't know why. I don't know why I did that. Why I blinked just then. This is strange. Once I double check to make sure that this is where we need to go, I will sit outside and then just smoke a giant bowl of Gazal greens, or inject it into my eyeballs. I forget what you do with the weeds. Although I shouldn't probably talk like that because of Twitch's new initiative to add new content classification labels to your stream. Hello there, sorry to ask, but what party add-on are you using? I kind of want those buff icons, look so clean. If you go, I think it's built into the launcher now. I don't know if it is the most current version of it, but it's called HXUI. I've made some adjustments to it in that I changed the background color to black so I can just neatly fit it over my, like, what is normally like the default like party list. And then I adjusted the icon sizes and so on because the icons were like too big for me to start. But as soon as I'm finished removing this dire bat from the plane of existence, I will find it and I will post it in chat. There's a lot of really helpful add-ons that I've slowly gathered over time, so I'll also post those in chat in case they happen to be useful to you. Let me see, I might even have the... Alright, this one, if I can find my OBS again. This one is for the little breakdown that you see under the Dire Bat's health bar. That shows you like weaknesses, whether they aggro, if they link, and how they aggro, and like their general level range. That's a really big one. Let's see. That's not it. That's not it. The experience points bar that is underneath the health bars that you see in the middle there. That is called points. It's just a nice tracker that I use for the most part in keeping track of like where the experience points chains are. Okay, I've actually found what you were looking for originally. This is it. XHUI. They actually, that link is probably going to give you a more updated version than what I have. All right, let me double check to make sure. I'm assuming that, how about we sneak here? How about that for an idea? I may not have the correct version then. Don't see those buff icons. Some of them got changed around a little bit. I do think it matters what style you opt for, but I think that these are supposed to give it to you by default. So it is entirely possible that it's just like a outdated version that you have. I'm gonna be doing a deep clean on my computer, as in like reformatting the hard drive and everything, so that I can LARP that I have a brand new computer tomorrow. So there's not going to be any stream tomorrow, even if I would probably prefer it to the contrary. I just don't want to promise people that I will stream, and then they're going to be like, I'm basically going to be like, hey, I'm going to go out for like milk and cigarettes, like I'll be right back, and then I don't come back, and then you're just left there like coping and seething and crying and malding and shitting. I don't want that. I don't think you want that either, unless you're into that. But you're allowed to be into that. Oh, I see why I didn't see the buff icons. The little green-red background is separate to the buff icons. I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Bro. I'm going to sit outside the Ifrit Cauldron entrance. We need to go into, thankfully,
Tortured,
the question mark spot.
This man is more
not
dangerous
too
than he
far
seems.
inside. We will need people to be sneaked. Maybe not. There's only like one raptor in the way.
It's only a game. Why do you have to be mad?
It's been a pretty good turnout. This is more people than I expected. I mean, I went into it with like virtually no expectations, which I do going into most activities by default. But I was anticipating probably like 5 people, which is still a great turnout. Having 10 is great. Helping 10 people get to rank 8 feels great.
Incredibilis! The One Piece is real!
For those who may not be aware, there is construction going on upstairs. All I can do is RP that it is a sound of me taking what we've apparently established as a community is like a big robot shit on the ground. I think is the conclusion that we arrived to. It's just me venting the organic matter of like all of the humans that I've consumed so that I can materialize their souls into a fuel for myself. I mean, that's a crazy idea, what I just said. That's not what I do at all. Just forget about it. Just forget I say anything. I didn't say anything. It's all conjecture. Everything I do is normal, okay? Give me a sec. I need to drink some coffee. If you're new to the channel and you'd like to make a sincerely huge impact on me, I recommend clicking the purple follow button below. It's a simple action that has a big influence. Because as you can imagine, people like watching things that other people like watching. Or at least think they like watching.
Tortured and reclusive. This man is more dangerous than he seems.
I appreciate that. May the pogs be with you. Apparently is the natural next step for my brain to volunteer out of my mouth. That was a hell of a sentence, huh? What a wild ride. Oh, you did already click it. Here, we'll do it again.
Tortured and reclusive.
There we go.
This man is more dangerous than he seems.
That's what I'm talking about.
Tortured and reclusive. This man is more dangerous than he seems.
Now like and subscribe.
No, you don't need to do that. Just following is enough. Subscribing is free with Amazon Prime, as I'm sure you've already been told like about 1 billion times across every other streamer that you probably partake in. Because, you know, we live in like an end stage capitalist state. Sorry, I'm lagging. Dog got out. I'll be right there. Okay. So we're all just like about to like Hungry Games each other for scraps. I mean, I love Twitch. I love it. Trying to reconnect. Connect. I think it is trying to punish me for not updating it. Nothing's really happening right now. Anyway. Except we're admiring this general, like for the PS2, this looks really good. Does it not? I mean, there is basically like a 16 by 16 JPEG of a tree line that is like superimposed and then stretched across like a 1444p horizontal monitor. I heard a new OBS update is breaking people's settings. That seems right. I haven't outright had too many issues. Like most of the issues that I have had, I've been able to smooth over for the most part. The OBS trying to reconnect thing is new, but it hasn't happened often enough for me to remain cognizant of it after the stream ends. And I'm gonna need to update all my shit anyway once I, you know, run my computer through the dishwasher tomorrow. Or whatever my plan is. Now that's what we call deep clean.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Boy slim thick, skinny legend got me quaking.
Oh my god, the dropping. Oh my god, let me start the sentence over. Oh my god, the drawbridge cutscene froze. Oh, and poor Bestok. Hi, Otaku, how you doing? Are you having a good day? Hopefully so, it's Friday. I mean, you know, we live in times where like a weekend can sometimes, you know, stop being a weekend for people depending on like what their jobs or personal circumstances are like. But, you know, there's some leftover dopamine from it being Friday from like the times where like having a weekend meant something, right? Good. Good, I'm glad. We're doing rank up missions right now. I am also drilling. Like there's lots of drilling because I couldn't have enough stimulation playing my favorite double-decade-old MMORPG. I had to pick up a drill and just, you know, just go to town with it on whatever is like whatever happens to be closest to me that isn't also alive. Now there's construction going on upstairs, so that's gonna pop in occasionally. I don't think anyone really cares. Except it might like break the immersion that, you know, you and I are existing like in the same space. You the viewer, I the streamer. You just drill whatever? Oh yeah, dude, I just love it. I just go crazy. I just drill. I drill, I get drilled. You can then I'll give you a complimentary subscription to my Only Drills account. It's big business, man.
What are you doing, Step Bro?
Oh man, I guess that's why they call me. Why they say I'm such a tool.
I don't know where Misa went. Did Misa go into the other hole? I mean entrance? I'm gonna have to go inside. I'm gonna have to see. Soren is Norging. We Norg down here. Honey bunches of Norg. Misa-chan. Misa-kun. Okay, Misa is there. Okay, I'm still gonna wait outside. I mean, people use drills to emulate the sound of robotics moving, so it kind of works, right? It does! You and I see one-to-one, and that is definitely what's happening, and that's definitely what I'm doing. I'm just creating, you know, through channeled serotonin production from like the the drip feed of pogs that come out of this stream on a minute by minute basis. I consolidate into solid matter, and then I use that in the same way that in universe Sid uses whatever alchemical process he does to make Cermet. I also reproduce additional copies of myself. Lowlands or uplands, OP closer, uplands. And then what I do is I send them out on random errands, or I Thunderdome them. So yeah, that's what we do. That's how we do down here. Because like, you know, sometimes I don't feel like leaving the house, right? Because like I'm doing whatever it is I do when I'm off stream, and I'm like, I really could use like a sub from the local country store that's near me. I ain't gonna do that shit, so I'm gonna make me do it. I may just send one of my copies out there. 2 people enter, 1 main leaves. I am awaited in Valhalla. Do not become addicted to water, or you will resent its absence. Mad Max Fury Road is not the most like story compelling movie of all time. The universe is like deeply underserved. Like the most exploration it ever got was like the Mad Max game from like 2015 or whatever. No, it wasn't 2015. It was like 2017 or something. Wasn't it? Something like that. And it was like a good game until you figured out that you could just use like a harpoon to like tear people out of their cars, and then you would forever do it after that, rendering the whole gameplay balance like effectively meaningless. But you could give me like a just like back-to-back Mad Max movies like Fury Road, and I will lap that shit up all day long. Oh, you want a sub, do you? I do. I want a hot and spicy sub with mayonnaise, salt and pepper, with lettuce and tomato, banana peppers. And
welcome home.
Oh my
Such
God.
as it is, this squalid hamlet, these corrupted lands, they are yours now, and you are bound to them.
It's like one of my Japanese anime.
Thank you so much, Iotaku. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit goes into hardware and software improvements for my streams, while a very small percentage of that amount also goes towards purchasing any manner of things to make my Shibu Inu and aka my dog tur happy. Like, she's already content, but she also deserves everything on the planet, which is like a pretty high bar. Are we here? I don't need to be outside. Still gonna wait outside to get furry in. I will also take those subs, yes. Thankfully, a sandwich sub and not a submarine. We're out of those. Drew. Oh, man. Do you think like one of the last things that was said was like a Subma joke? Like a Subma balls? That's fucked up. That's not right. That's not right. People lost their lives.
No.
Oh man, that's probably why it shouldn't be the vehicle shouldn't be of substandard quality.
Emotional damage.
More people filing in. We gotta wait for furry, because the Yame is gonna get very mad if I don't protect furry. I'm also would be mad at myself if I didn't guard the quote precious baby unquote. Only get him go. He does a lot of damage, that thing, huh? 800. I mean, they used the PlayStation controller to navigate it. What did they expect? Not only was it functionally like a Mad Catz controller. My brother in Christ, it was a wireless controller. I'm not a submarine expert. I'm not an expert by any means how to do with anything like dealing with water. I try to avoid water in most cases by default. But it seems very sus-mogus for you to be in a situation where your only form of communication with the surface ship you lose on the regular. Like, you basically, like, I'm sure it's more technical than this, but like a more refined version of like a Wi-Fi signal to ping information back and forth, so that like the service ship is supposed to send you signals, like directions, basically, because like you can't see shit when you're under the water, right? So you're reliant on the surface ship saying like, hey, go left, hey, go right, go down, go up, keep going forward, like that type of thing. So it is borderline impossible once you get to like a certain depth for you to maintain a live connection. Why would you ever have use a wireless product in a situation where famously you lose connection to shit all the time. Anyone notice how you didn't message his wife when he was talking about spoiling Shiva? You're an auto include in that. I make sure that your every need is met, and in addition, I also get you like a treat occasionally. I realize upon saying that it sounds like I'm also equating you to how I treat the dog. That is not the case. I don't mean literally a treat. I mean like a Coke. Not the drug, because then I'd have to content label, you know, my stream, and that would be annoying. But like, I get you, like, you know, I take you out every. I should probably stop. I do stuff. Like that one thing in band camp I did, you remember? Keep digging that hole. It's pretty deep already. I'm hitting bedrock. I don't think I can actually get any deeper than this.
Come home.
Oh my
Such as
god,
it
Reno,
is,
thank you
this
so
squalid
much.
hamlet, these corrupted lands,
I really
they are yours now,
appreciate it.
and you are
1,000
bound
pogs
to
upon
them.
your house. We all pog down here. Our pog shall blot out the sun. And we got the pog champ too. Here we go. I'll return it. Hi wife waves, don't worry, we'll bully him for you. You should. I say dumb shit on the regular. Stuff that I know is gonna get me in trouble. And yet, there's something in me that finds it funny for me to be effectively like doghoused if I say stuff like that. And like most of it is like relatively well-meaning, I would say. Like, you know, who doesn't want to be called like honey bunches of butts? If that ain't like the most kawaii desune thing you ever heard in your life, I don't know what is. Or like my poopsie whoops. My pooper doodles.
Tortured and reclusive. This man is more dangerous
Oh, thank
than
you,
he
Nacho, for
seems.
following. Thank you. Don't hurt me. Stop. No, everybody thinks I'm cool. You're gonna ruin my street cred. Stop. Go back to your quadrant. This is my bubble. And you'll respect it. I don't know how to seem threatening, but just give me like 5 minutes and I'll find a way. Yeah, take a treat and head pats to be happy. True, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if Furry's lost. Okay, I'm there, so I'll just warp to Yote and go to Norg after. Soren is sad facing me. I don't know why. Okay, Furry is here. Furry is on the way. I think everyone else is in Ifrit's cauldron. Parlance notwithstanding. Is Ifrit invisible to you? I can't see him. Head to where I am, Fur. I am in front of the entrance we need to go into. I think that there's some kind of like graphical issue that some of the summons have, where it's like that wavy kind of like almost like heat blur effect that is around some summons and like elementals in particular can just like get like broken, where you see basically like a square JPEG that like is rotating around like the elemental if you're at like a certain distance, or you zone in wrong, or you look at it funny. Let me make sure Furry's going the right way. He is going the right way. He just needs to head northwest now and he's good. Bruh, that song, was that Space Roast? I actually don't know. I have it on shuffle right now, and there's about 5 hours of, if you can believe it, content ID-less and DMCA-less music, which took me like a combined like 9 man hours or robot hours to find. All the music that you're hearing and probably will ever hear, let's be real, is going to be like under a publisher called Game Chops, who somehow is able to form contracts between the music rights holders and potential remixers, and then licenses it so that it's free for streamers to use. I mean, it's not free in the sense that it's literal, because you know you pay for Spotify, which goes back to the publisher in some way. So type local settings blur effect off. Talk about that for summons. You can disable it. It's not in the config menu. I'm gonna save that to Notepad. I'll probably do it later because it doesn't cause me any issues. And if anything, it's like, it's funny to me, and I'm willing to degrade my own personal enjoyment and quality of life if something is funny. Space Roast does a lot of neat Final Fantasy XI cover and remixes. There's a not small number of publishers or like music rights holders. I have no idea where he's fucking going. Go northwest fur. It is not that way. I'm gonna have to go to him. I'm just gonna go to him. It's easier. Just gonna go to him. I'm just going to put him in a net and drag him forcibly over to the next objective. I mean, I'm just gonna talk to him.
No, 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 no.
Me voy a matar, que mi último. Uy. Me voy a matar.
I don't know what level he is. Do I need to be concerned? He is 57. But he's probably also sneaking invis.
Why is it spicy?
Oh, you see this guy? See this guy? Number one bullshit guy.
I am under the water. Please help me. There was too much raining. Alright, you should be close to me, close enough to me. I should be able to grab him. There he is. Come here, my child.
Boy slim thick, skinny legend got me quaking.
We wave. No matter how many times or what maps I have, I go through any part of either side of the jungle, I get hopelessly lost. It happens more often by far with Yatanga jungle. At least Yoder, I mean, Yoder's not much better, but at least like the big like openish gaps are do be being opener and such. It's not like Yatanga where it's just like a, you know, it was like a like a prototype version of what Gridania's everywhere outside of the city used to be like in the 1.0 version of Final Fantasy 14. If you know, you know. Or it's just like a literal random mishmash of like crisscrossing paths above and below. I'm sure that they took some of the like a spiritual influence away from Yatanga when designing the area. I don't know which way is west. What? It's next to west.
Holy Jesus.
What? What the fuck?
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Amogus.
Alright. Good. He's reapplying. Is it bad when all the news came out about the submarine? Not to bring it back up, but yeah, my first thought was I wonder what color it is. I figured it would be like white or silver. I could also be thinking of like the clip art, like the submarine clip art, which actually is not too far from that. Like it's It does. I mean, it's not exactly 1-to-1 because you know the only like viewport on the sub was apparently like a 20 by like 15 viewing window, which at that point you're just going down there for bragging rights, right? You could just like that's smaller than most modern monitors now. Like just watch it on like your 1,000 by 1,000 inch TV. Is everyone good here? I'll pop. We'll want to kill the bomb first. Call 21. All right. Once we kill it, it's going to drop a bunch of bomb coals. Everyone just lot on every single bomb coal. It is rare EXO, more than one can't go to you anyway. And we'll do the fight a second time regardless. I can have it for a tank that they're not super strong. Not worried. Honest, not worried, thankfully. Let's go. Adaman, please. All right, there we go. We're doing it. Apparently, because I've done the mission, it is not popping. Let me just give it to Black Bolt. Trading Black Bolt. Maybe Soren has it. Let's just trade you one for right now in case it's behaving weirdly. And trade to the anytime. I am ready. Oh, let's prematurely cover the man. Oh my god. Doctor, please help. They're yeeting my son. And then we'll Sentinel. And then we'll Warcry. And then we'll Defender. And get FPS death. Like we're playing Dwarf Fortress when, like, you know, all the cats start banging in creepy unison. Which bomb is this? Because this looks familiar. It's the one for Bestok Mission 6-2. I could not tell you why we're here and doing this. Alrighty. Everyone lot on all the frag rocks. Pass if you've already done mission. Pass, 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 pass. I was thinking the sub was a lovely shade of yellow. Agree. Legit, my initial thought was yellow, but that's because that's the color used and most children are the submarine. No, because they wouldn't do yellow because they want people to, you know, take the trip seriously, which is why they use the fucking Mad Catz controller to go down thousands of feet. Which bomb is this? Because it looks familiar. I already answered that. Doesn't it drop if somebody already has it and wins the second one instead of giving it to second winner roll? And everybody needs one except for me and I think possibly like one other person. So like everyone lotting just gets it out of the way. Everyone's gonna get one regardless, so this is just easier than being like, it's just gonna be my party lotting, nobody else lot, everybody else pass. Let me check the pool. There's one more left. One more frag rock left. I cannot tell because of my UI being, my extremely helpful UI being decidedly not helpful in this very specific circumstance. Not yet for make sure you've lotted if you need it. There is one more frag rock.
Welcome home, such as it is. This
Holy crap,
squalid
Vittori, thank you
hamlet,
so much.
these
I really
corrupted
appreciate
lands,
that.
they are yours now,
I'm
and you
glad
are
that you were
bound to
enjoying
them.
the gamer moment TM filled content TM. Oh, lot it? No, I didn't. I'm done. Oh, I'm the idiot. Alright, very good. Who doesn't have frag rock yet? Come here, little babies. You mean to go vibes today? Yeah. She likes booty scratches. That's her favorite. Alright, then I will trade. Trading black. They'll drop regardless of how many times he kills it, but it'd be a rare EX item. True. The amount of oh, I already read that one. Apparently I'd forgotten that. I'm sure that's nothing to worry about, me just having like virtues. The amount of important items I've seen drop in my Final Fantasy 11 lifetime is too many. There was one forehead moment that I had a long time ago on Eden, but still it was Final Fantasy 11 related, where I was trying to get a magicked skull, my second, to go over to Ottergon, because you have the option of paying some inordinate amount, like 300,000 or 500,000 or... Oh, it is Misa's rate. This is a good time for people... This is a good time for people to get food and stuff. No, everyone lauded that I think needs it, even if we... Oh, maybe someone didn't lot that did need. Thankfully, we have a spare one because we're at 10, but we get 12 from this. I don't know anyone that ever uses the guild option for that or the airship pass. Interestingly, I think if you do pay for it, you get like an exclusive cutscene. And that's not me debating you. I think that what happens is that you pay, and then the guy's like confused because like even though he's an NPC, he's still like he becomes momentarily sentient, like become human, or Detroit become human, and he's just like, really, bro? Like you basically like yeeted 500k, Lamau. Why would you do this to yourself? How much does the Aura pay for you for this one? Not needed, but it was 11k. It's virtually nothing. You're good. Good. Also God. Back then there was hyperinflation. That's true. But continuing from, I'm getting like told and stuff like that, which is why I stopped explaining the exclusive cutscene, and not because I was like luring you for content. You get a cutscene where the guy is confused, and he warps you over there. You don't take the boat. He just like the implication is that he basically like stuffs you into a boat to smuggle you over, but you get dumped out by the, I forget what it's actually called, the staging point or like the telepoint or something. It's back all 21. Yep. And it's like like the cutscene is like you wake up there and you don't know how you got there, which is pretty funny. Like at least, so you're basically like paying 500k for like an exclusive like 1 minute cutscene. What a return on investment. A good instance and common item everyone wants at some point, bounding boots. I think it is from Leaping Lizzie, is rare EX. So if you already have one pair, you cannot get a second pair on the same character. They also can't be traded and sold. You have to farm it. I think that on this server, you can do the BC&Ms to get the rare EX versions, which is like the opposite from what I understand. All right, same deal. Which is the opposite of how they changed it to on retail, and I think Eden, don't quote me on that because I'm rapidly losing knowledge about Eden on like how stuff works like that. It's all getting replaced, kind of like basically like me defragmenting my brain and refilling all the blanks with like Horizon specific information. It's like and like on retail, they had it so that Leaping Lizzie would give you the rare EX versions, I think. But then you would be able to get the sellable ones. I'm gonna stop pretending like I know what I'm talking about. I haven't farmed those things. The closest that I've gotten to farming something like that is Hocho, and even then I've only spent like an hour or something like that. If there's any activity that I naturally avoid, it's probably hunting NMs. Like if it's something that I know is not going to take that long, like maybe an hour. Congratulations, Misa. Once you do all the furry, did you forgot one? Once you rank up, don't forget to dump a bunch of crystals into the IM so he gives you the next set. All I know is what's his face gives you 20k if you already have the airship pass. It's like, gee, thanks, so generous coming from a dude. For Square Enix circa 2003, that's pretty good. I can't really think of too many situations where Square Enix at the time was like nice to you. Like the only other mercy that I've ever like thought out loud to myself, like, wow, they didn't have to do that, even though it's like only like half as useful to me as it probably should be, was late into CM, I think. And it was like 75% of the way through the mission where you had to kill like the 3 Antica, like way deep in the butthole of like quicksand caves. And Zeed was like, hey, I'll meet you at H8. And it was in purple too, so like they wanted to call attention to it. Almost like the developers at that point like realized, like, I think that's enough abject suffering for the players for today. I'll just tell them where they should go next. I've never seen any that kind of kindness since or before, this specifically there. But it stood out to me just because it was like, wow, they actually gave me like a map coordinate. On Horizon, it's pre-RMT change. Retail, they did that because of RMTs. It dropped 2 pairs, which is why I can't remember if Bounding Boost is rare EX or other pair if it drops. I have what? That was really weird. I warp cuddled and it sent me to the telepoint and then sent me back to Juno. Like the 1s and 0s wanted to make sure that I got to where I needed to be. Odd. I will take it though. Alright, let's take a glance at where we need to go next. Close out of all these 8,000 add-on breakdowns. Okay, Bestok missions. No, not PvP. I don't want to do Ballista right now, okay? 1v1 me, bro, and Ballista. Probably one of the funniest situations that I've ever experienced in this game. That made me laugh out loud. It was pretty fucked up, but it was funny because of how fucked up it was. Was that when I was playing Ballista in OG retail, with my nephew on the other side, who's also chronically into the game as much as I am. He was playing a ranger, I was playing a black mage, and one of the very first activities that he forced upon me was my being sleep bolted into oblivion, like taking huge chunks of damage, but literally never being able to shake off sleep at all. And then as I died, within about 4 or 5 seconds of me coming back to life, he eagle-eye shotted me 100% to 0. I will literally never forget that. It's like, it was probably one of my strongest formative memories, as funny or sad as that is. This is the one where we have to go to Romave. Yep. We'll gather at Romave. Make sure everyone does all the NPC, CS stuff. I will see you there, smile. See, you make sure that you, when you're leading group activities, that you include a smiley face at the end to both appear non-threatening and to give the impression that you are there and participating for their well-being, to lure them into a false sense of security where when they are deeply emotionally invested in your being there and you're leading them, you put them in a situation where at the end of COP, when you basically meet God, spoilers, instead of you killing God, more or less, you sacrifice all 18 people, unless it's like a BCNM and I'm misremembering, to Promethea, basically becoming like the 6th Archangel, and then you just live out the rest of your days just doing whatever, because it's like, you're like a fucking Archangel, man. Like, who's gonna push back on that? Spoiler alert, nobody? What if I don't want to be evil? Somebody screams way in the back. Mods that I definitely have, time out that person. Oh, I redeemed to say something stoic a while ago. Did I miss it? Yeah, I was in the middle of like a massive tirade. And I apologize for that. So, Marcus Aurelius, who was a emperor, one of the... I hope you enjoy the drilling noises as I'm explaining this. One of the 5 good emperors, aka the point of time where most historians and scholars agree that, you know, the focus of the Roman Empire was actually like trying to improve the quality of life for the citizens involved. Mentioned that you basically want to behave as a stoic, like a boxer. He calls it a pancration, which is basically like a version of like an ancient boxer. You want to be like a boxer instead of like somebody that is trying to defend themselves with like a sword or something when you're dealing with stuff in life. And that a person that is wielding a sword of some description, you can decide for yourself what kind of allegory or metaphor the sword is, like having a lot of money or what have you. All you have to do is just curl your fist, just like close your palm, and that's your weapon to deal with stuff. Essentially, what he's trying to say is that you are the means to which you can overcome very difficult situations, or not allow situations that would compel you one way or the other to take full or at least partial control of your mind. Like if you see someone that do be, you know, got that cake, or like is like really persuasive or what have you, that you don't allow yourself to be overrun mentally with the impression that, oh, I want to make sure that I behave differently because I want to make a good impression on this person. Or that if you're in some kind of very difficult situation, that you don't instantly permit the thought that this situation is unsalvageably bad, and I, as a human, like the thing that refers to itself as I in my brain, am hurt by this, and on like a deep, like irrevocable level. It's easier said than done. It's something where you have to take like a lot of really small steps, like training your willpower over a long period of time. But that's essentially what it is that you are able to, at least to an extent, break free from the mental control from like people that may or may not have sway over you otherwise. Leaping Lizzie pair is rare, so you can only carry one but still trade is probably why. Yeah, I'm sorry for missing your redeem earlier. I don't know if that random assembly of words was as helpful, possibly, as like it was intended to be, but you know, it do be there if it's useful to some extent. What am I doing? I'm getting prison powders. Do I need prison powders? Let's do find. I have extras in storage. Why am I thinking about buying more? Let's do it. This next mission is going to be not a huge pain in terms of like completing it. All that we need to do on paper is kill 2 things. two golem monsters that aren't particularly difficult in and of themselves. What makes it annoying is that you have to find this question mark that is moving around every 15 minutes. And it moves around even if you're engaged in the heat of combat with the NMs that you're trying to kill. Mercifully, that does mean that if you kill the NMs, the game still counts it. It still gives you like the credit. So all you have to do is just re-find the question mark symbol in Romave. They could have made it so much worse by having the question marks be able to spawn behind the moon gates. But I'm sure that somebody pumped the brakes on that idea if it came up at all. Fuck, if you're not familiar with the absolute carnival that is involved in getting the Moongate pass to open up certain sections that are way back in the bits of Romave, I'll just tell you, you have to have a clear sky. There can't be weather effects of any sort at all. Like, it still counts it being a little cloudy as weather. So it has to be completely clear sky. It has to be a full moon cycle, which if I remember correctly happens like once every 4 IRL days and lasts for about a day, I think. Maybe like a day and a half or something. And then it needs to be between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m. If all 3 of those things line up within a IRL 15-minute period, then the gate opens up. And then you have to pray to God, if you have one, or whichever ones you do have, if multiple, that the half that you enter into to try to get the pass, which is just a question mark symbol after the fact, is on the half that you're diving into. Otherwise, it could be like literally 4 days before you have a chance to get the Moongate shit again. It's so crazy. It's the same conditions as getting the Arc Pentasphere, which is how you initiate the Alliance intended version of the 14th Zillart mission, which I did successfully complete once. I'm 1-to-1 on that. At some point in the future, because I'm gonna want the Sapano Mimi earring for Blue Mage, I'm gonna have to do it again. So at some point between literally right now and when Treasures of Ottergon is re-released, I'm gonna need to do it again. And that's definitely gonna be streamed. It needs to be streamed because I'm sure that there's like 15-year-old versions of like YouTube videos like of people doing it, but I don't think that it's been recorded for posterity in like recent times. Where am I going? Romave? That's right. Romave me? Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Romaveline. I passed it. Lead to lore. I'm gonna need to think about how I want to structure that, because like I stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, sometimes Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard or regional equivalent. I'm gonna need to try to plot it around a day that naturally falls on a day that I stream that also happens to work with other 17 people that have like real lives and families. Imagine Lamau. That's gonna be tough. Friday I could see it, Saturday maybe, but not everybody lives in the same time zone on here. It seems like a not small number of the population is Eastern Standard on the server. I don't know if Verizon even has like public statistics of like the time zones that like most people hail from. I mean, I suppose that's what, you know, the Discord Unix code is for. The one that automatically converts whatever time you put into it into like a time that is like reflected for like your time zone specifically. Once we get everyone to rank 10, the next step is going to be getting everyone through COP. I can reliably and somewhat comfortably get people up to 3 paths. Once we get to 3 paths, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. What? One of my party members says, fuck my life, I'm stupid. Everyone that has a pulse is willing to do it, is willing to get like down and freaky with like Ulmia, which is like show of hands. Like I don't even need to show it'd be a smaller list to ask like who would not, you know, do the dirty with Ulmia if given the chance, because like the way that she, you know, plays that harp and like sings in text, like she might be plucking like a wind instrument, but all she's doing is plucking all of our heartstrings. Am I right? Aww. I'm Eastern, hoping to get on Horizon as soon as I can. Highly recommended. I think we talked about this, you and I, sometime recently, unless I'm manifesting that whole conversation from nothing, which is entirely possible. But this is the time to get into it, for sure. I don't think it's gonna get any easier to get into Horizon. Take it from me, somebody that has restarted from scratch, from like a pretty good place on like retail and Eden, that I thought I would never be able to do it a third time. And yet, guess who's leading, like, functionally like a crusade into Romave to beat the shit out of like two giant rock people given sentience for the purpose of like moving the story forward. Once I get to 3 paths, I have no idea. I'm also hoping, and yet I'm also not allowing myself to hope because of the let's start that sentence over. The mental exercises that I put myself through, where, you know, I try to make myself hope for things to only happen the way that they do, and otherwise trying to prepare as reasonably as I can for like most events that could, you know, have a significant chance of happening. But like 3 paths, one of the paths has had like invisible monsters. And I have heard talk of people trying to change some kind of graphical option or like combination of graphical options to get the invisible monsters to appear, or at least like their wireframes or something. Which scares me, because I don't want to mess with any of that shit if there's even a remote possibility that, like, just because I'm trying to, like, progress the story, that I'm accidentally, like, self-flagging as, like, a elite hacker man, and I get, like, put in Morgan jail or whatever it was called. The only time I've ever been put in jail was when I was a pretty decidedly different person, back on retail when Wings of the Goddess originally came out. And Wings of the Goddess, as you may or may not remember, had you doing these like campaign battles, right? And you could earn points towards like the Wings of the Goddess version of rank ups by doing things to stuff, which included casting spells on yourself or other people, so on. There was a not small number of people who were also bards that would sit in a corner away from all the fighting with 0 chance of them interfacing with any monster, and they would spam bard songs the entire time. And I took it upon myself as like the Dark Knight, like Batman, like an anti-hero, like Deadpool or something. And I would, back when mobs used to train, or in those cases they still would probably, I would gather a whole bunch of them up and then invincible, and then drag them over to the bard stacks that were like people that were almost certainly bots because they didn't react to being slaughtered, right? Like it was kind of like the movie The Happening, where people were just like letting themselves die. So they were definitely botting. But yeah, I took some probably sick Schadenfreude pleasure from watching them get hacked to pieces right before I got sent to jail, and then they tried to appeal to emotion the GM saying like, you can't honestly, like, I know what I did was wrong, first off, and two, you can't honestly not agree with me that them botting in the corner is not the dumbest shit in the world. And then I think I got the response, well, it's not against the rules. And I'm like, so you're not saying you don't also agree with me? But yeah, if I need to get the entirety of the server through COP, I will do that. Ain't nobody seen a 1,000 person alliance before. Would a zone even be able to handle that? Like, the most that I've ever seen in the zone at peak Horizon was like 350 people, I think, in Valkyrie Dunes. Could it handle 500? Like, what would even happen? Like, the zone would just crash? Or would people like bug out and stuff? It'd basically be like Besieged. Although Besieged is probably easily going to reach like 200 people at peak in Ottergon when everything kicks off. Which, if you're not aware, they are going to have Besieged in day one, according to like the lead developer guy. Which is fucking mental to me. Ads are apparently starting momentarily. If you've already subbed, it's not going to affect you. But they're going to go on for 90 seconds on average. I will see you on the other side. I hope that you get neat or funny ones. Like the perfume ones where it's like a dude that's like sticking out of a window calling out to like a girl that's like in the middle of the road for some fucking reason, like 100 feet away, going like, oh, blah, blah, oh, blah, 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 blah. I guess with the point being that you're on the receiving end of that. So like if you use this perfume, you could be pursued by random opposites. Oh, they're already in ads. Rest in pepperoni, my friends. Chicken my head. I didn't get one. It is so random with how it does it. Sometimes I'm even doubting that the ads manager is like not lying to me. The ads manager is supposed to be ripped straight from Twitch and plugged into my OBS. So it's supposed to be one-to-one, but I feel like it is lying to me somehow, and I haven't put my finger on why I feel that way. But we're gonna take a small break since we're waiting on people to gather anyway. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, or if you do, I just want you to be happy. That's all I've ever wanted. All right, I'll be right back. return. Huzzah. Can we talk about Hershey's chocolate shells? You know what I'm talking about? The syrup that's supposed to like turn into like a hard chocolate layer when you put it on ice cream. Why the fuck do you even bother selling the shell stuff if you're not going to have a dedicated grocery guy like a shell lord that goes around whose whole reason for being, their entire shift is dedicated just to making sure that the chocolate shell stuff doesn't coagulate on the shelf. It's this insane situation where you go to the chocolate shell shelf, which has like all the other syrups and random shit that normies use, and you pick up the bottle and you have to shake it. You have to shake it and to hear if the liquid is moving around. If you hear nothing when you shake the chocolate shell bottle, it means that it is sludgy as fuck in there and it is forever bad after that. Like, there's no way to unfuck a fucked chocolate shell bottle once it reaches that state of being. Okay, so you need a guy to go around and make sure that stuff is shaken up. Because what it says on the bottle that the expiration is like 2 months out. My brother in Christ, that is the expiration date. Like, it might be materially bad or like caustic or whatever if you were to consume it. Instead it just becomes gross, but it's like it effectively is the same thing. Is that they should apply, correct me if I'm wrong, they should apply a label specifically to the chocolate shell stuff that makes sure that motherfuckers who ain't apprised knows that it's the expiration is either 2 months out, and then in text underneath it needs to say that or if motherfuckers don't shake me up, I'm going to expire like today. That's all that's needed. Is it a little bit wordy? Sure. Is that what workshopping is for? Yeah. It's like the chocolate shell stuff is so good. It's so good, and it's so chemically fascinating and also mysterious in that I should probably, like, instinctively, on a primal level, I know I shouldn't be putting something that does that to ice cream in my body, and yet, you know, I'm only human. If I see chocolate shell that is actually still liquid, you know, I get it. Like, it's like I found, like, out of like the 20 or 30 chocolate shell bottles that I've seen, maybe like two are like actually materially consistent with what you would expect to come out of the bottle. It can't just be me. There has to be somebody else in chat that has gone through this abject horror that rivals like the most spookiest of spooky stories whenever they go to the grocery store. Do I look like an insane person when I pick up the chocolate shell bottles one by one in sequence and then shake it next to my head? Yeah, I guess if you want to like straw man it a little bit, but that's the price that you pay for quality, man. Like, they should pay me for doing that. And so you might reasonably think to yourself, hey Stoic, why don't you just, like, what are you, some kind of like chocolate shell expert? Why don't you just open up the bottle? Why don't you just open up the bottle to see, like, if it's actually like gone bad or whatever it is that you claim? I did do that, and it turns into like this yellow sludge that is like basically like the chemical components involved have like separated themselves into like Greek states inside of the inside of the bottle, where they're technically all part of like the same like entity, but you know, they're functionally autonomous from each other. Maybe you're just after syrup ASMR. That's the fuck what? Which part of what I said was alarming? Almost nothing. I'm sure that I don't know why you feel that way. It's like I don't feel this way about anything else. I have such like it is like yellow gelatin. Which I am not a chemist, okay? So or a biologist or like an actual like shell lord. Like I don't work at Hershey, so I don't know what goes into the secret sauce that makes up like the fluid, but I'm certain that that goop, when intermixed with all the other parts, is what causes the shell to get hard, Lamau, when it touches the ice cream. Maybe after shaking the syrup, go do the jams. It does have a rhythm to it. Furry's on the way. Soren is still in Port Wayno. Juno, Wayno, Bestok, Bestok, Titus. Titus is like the correct pronunciation, allegedly, but it's so close to the word titties that I can't divorce it. it's actually making me lull a little bit on the inside. Cause I'm like 9 years old. Blau Dolch. Is that how you say that? Is that even close? Can I ask you something? Why don't we Death Stranding this shit? Like just put like a ladder over it. You know how many likes you would get from that? Many. Many loads. All the loads. I didn't play the director's cut of Death Stranding. I did enjoy Death Stranding, the OG version. I beat it. It's one of the few games that I was like, in recent times rather, that I've been so interested in seeing all the way to the end. It did wear out its welcome a little bit in terms of like the running and everything, because it's literally what you're doing like 80% of the time. It's just like, it's not fair to call it a walking simulator, but it started to feel like that when I was like hour maybe 35 or 40 into the game. Rockhand do be looking around. I will check left side. I don't know about y'all, but I am irrationally excited about Super Mario RPG being remade. It does suck that it is coming out in November. I will gladly take that over it not existing at all, or possibly being pushed back further. But Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars was my shit when I was younger. I loved it. Possibly because it really threaded this needle for me, where it was like at a time in my life where I was just smart enough to grasp RPG mechanics for the first time and to follow plot lines. Right side, I mean. But too dumb to really appreciate the darker, more complex themes, at least to me, what was like darker, more complex themes of like Final Fantasy 4 through 6. If it's on left side, it's the one. Everyone should head over to him and we'll pop once Soren is here. It's on top from where ours was. Okay. That does help me. But just hearing the music again was like getting hit in the face as hard as humanly possible with like a nostalgia bat. The remixed music and like the short snippets that they showed you in like the Nintendo Direct, it just like filled me with like a military grade amount of dopamine. It's very rare for me to allow myself to get excited about video games, just because we're at that unfortunate point where publishers, much like landlords, have realized that they can just like charge whatever, and they're gonna be like, well, if you want to like live in a house, like you're gonna pay or like if you want shelter, like you're gonna have to pay the difference. Same thing, you know, they're like, if you want to play this critically acclaimed video game, like prepare to be nickel and dime to shit. I have elected, like, at least in the case of like the video games, I can elect to play older games. But when games do come along that aren't like battle passed and like microtransaction, all this shit, I will gladly deep dive into it. Let's see. Soren will be here. We just need to keep one alive. Anyone that needs it can click the... We should be good to go now. I will get tabs on both. This is definitely the pop. Yeah, it is. Annoyingly, they're called the same thing. So it's like, it's hard, like even with the help of like the party list part of like HXUI, it's hard to like parse like what you're highlighting and where. I wish it was like the actual highlightable border was like a little bit darker, maybe like a purple or something. All right, we have attention on both, so nope, we just sentinel. Okay, Rampart me, Warcry. These things are cake, especially with this many people. We lost 2 people. I think both had to go, I'm pretty sure. I got confirmation from at least one that they needed to go. One needed to work in the morning. We want this thing killed fast because we don't know if this is going to move again. The question mark. Quick, grab the question mark before it moves. Is it already gone? Looks like it already went. Gotta look again. It's down here. Let's expand our minimap a little bit, which does very helpfully show us a little green box. The question mark symbol for the mission that we're on shows us. Let me see if I even knew where I was going with that statement. I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. Nope, I'm abandoning it. I'm out. Just pretend I said nothing. Actually, no. Pretend I didn't say. Don't pretend I said anything. Pretend that I said something that is very witty and applicable to your own situation, and then laugh and clap accordingly. Like a hyena giggles are optional, but like any amount of like lolling should suffice. You know, just like my wife on the reg, she says this. She's like, oh, Stoic, because she calls me Stoic, right? She's like, oh, Stoic, you're so You're so funny and topical. Tee-hee. She tee-hees a lot too. Goes hee-hee-hee-hee-hee.
Tortured and reclusive. This man is more dangerous
Swagmaster
than he
Overlord,
seems.
thank you so much for following. If only kids so I could see, if I could see your name. This is definitely, it definitely hits different. I really appreciate it. That's right up there with Booty Slayer 69, which is not a real person, but I wish they were, and I wish they did follow me. Thank you for following. 1,000 pogs upon your house. Where the fuck is this thing? Oh, Gakhan is apparently dying. Is he being helped? I would presume. Heart to you too, my friend. I hope that you are enjoying this dank content, TM. You can also pay, you can also say dank content, but you need to pay me $1 every time you do. Brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends, the #1 mobile RPG. That is not real. I mean, they wouldn't sue me. They would basically just be like, I don't know what kind of law that would break. I wonder if the like League of Legends had that animated series, right? And Raid also is trying to have their own series that has a very similar art style to it. I wonder if that's out, and I wonder if it's even remotely good. I'm thinking you're right. Somebody said might be a 5-minute repop for the question marks to show back up too. Maybe. I think that it's just being like it's being a little sussy amogus and it's around here somewhere. So I don't know if you can tell, but like where the bridges are in Romave, like the straight line bridges, I zoomed out too far. There is a green symbol that typically denotes either like an NPC or like an examinable spot. And there is a green thing that is over each of the bridges, which implies to me that they are or were meant to be triggerable at some point. Maybe it has something to do with the COP shortcut, because I've never gotten the COP shortcut to Sky. If that makes sense, if what I said makes sense. So I have no idea like what form it takes. Like, is it COP shortcut to Sky just the fact that you don't have to do like these S-shaped zigzags around the maps? I don't know.
Just because thou art wielding 2 katanas does not mean that thy body is not 70% mac and cheese.
I don't believe that the question mark is going to pop up anywhere except in the first 2 halves. But this is... Wait, no, that's not true. I think it can appear in one of the top right bits. If that's true, that is such a troll. I think it can appear in like the top right. It doesn't appear in the top left, but it can appear in the top right, I think. I mean, at this point, I'm willing to just like run all around. So like, watch this drive. We're just gonna do that. So eventually I am going to go back into the habit of mixing variety games into Wednesdays and Saturdays. Although Saturdays is more of like an open-ended question type thing. So it could be like anything. It doesn't have to be the variety game that we're working on. It's the sort of thing like if we're running it at all. It could be... Welcome back. It could be like it's whatever. It's a surprise. It's like a wacky surprise day, like a wild card day. For one, it is insurance. It is insurance in the respect that people won't think that I immediately am going to drop off the face of the planet because Final Fantasy XI, if anything were to happen to Horizon. I'm not saying it will. I'm not saying I'm hoping it does. I'm not saying there's even actually at this point a remote possibility that I could get cease and desisted, but if something were to happen to Horizon and it's just unavailable for a long time, my channel isn't like effectively considered dead, like on arrival. I want to make sure that people are like, well, he does variety sometimes, so I'll go check him out and see if he's doing something else while he's waiting for Horizon to come back up. Horizon is gonna be my bread and butter because it's also my nephew's bread and butter, because we're functionally like, you know, two people from different baby mamas, or like the same person from different baby mamas. Like where he go, I go, and vice versa. I think that it would also make sure that Final Fantasy XI doesn't get stale for me, although there's not really a risk of that. If it was going to get stale for me, it should have already, right? If I restarted 3 times and like went through all of the, you know, the torrential downpour of like abject suffering that the game exposes you to, I should have been bored of it already, or burnt out of it already. I think I felt that maybe like once, and that wasn't because I ran out of things to do, but it's just because at that point I was treating it sort of like effectively like a social sim with extra steps. I have no idea where this fucking thing is. I keep getting excited because I keep seeing the question mark symbols, or the player names, or not the player names even. What the fuck am I talking about? My brain is melting in real time. The like the dragons and stuff. The question mark is really only supposed to appear in the first 2 halves, but it may be somewhere a little further out. It's definitely not behind the moon gates. But like some of the variety games I've been thinking about, including most recently playing through like the original Super Mario RPG Legend of the 7 Stars. And before Nintendo of America, you sick your ninja lawyers on me, I have the fucking cartridge on my wall. I own a copy of Super Mario RPG Legend of 7 Stars. Come at me, but don't actually come at me because I'm scared. Goodbye, furry. That is a dead man. No, he's super dead. There's no way. Rest in peace, my friend. That's why you watch your timers. I wish it wasn't like that, but it is. You gotta watch your timers. I know he was sticking close to me, but I also cannot read the timers on your screen. He says evasion 124, that's a win. Hell yeah, brother. Where the fuck is this thing? Thankfully, once we find the question mark, all you need to do is touch it. It's not a refight. All right, let us reapply sneak on the stairwell. I really wish this is level 79. Okay, I'm gonna have to help then. He died in like the middle of the pack too, which is so good. It's so good. On my way. Wow, it killed the sheep? Jesus. I'm gonna have to cast like no magic at all. Let's do Ma Cure 4 stall. If you're not familiar with like stall and STPT and stuff like that, I would personally strongly recommend that. And if you're doing some kind of beneficial effect on your party, like you're just using it for experience, do the bracket like the less than I think it is, then STPT for sub target party target, and then use the directional keys if you don't use a controller to go up and down the list. Let me save Amalia, who got eviscerated. STAL does the exact same thing as STPT, only instead of you cycling through, it's gonna be really spicy to raise him here. Because if he gets up at the, okay, don't get up until this thing is dead. That's a good call by Amelia, because this thing do be loving to do the spinny blade thing. That's like its favorite move. I should probably just like try hard this a little bit. Let's see if I can shield bash it when it starts doing something. Full chivalry here to get some MP back. I'm very reluctant to do magic of any kind, even though I don't think that anything is close to me. Nothing is close to me. God, it does so much damage to Gavilan, dude. Gavilan wheel, Gavilan deal. I don't know if that's purposeful or not, or if anybody even knows what I'm talking about or what I'm referencing. There's a character, a dwarf, in Dark Souls 2. It loves that move, dude. It loves it. Amalia's getting eviscerated, mutilated. Bars. Devotion me if you can, haven't already. I don't know if she has it or not. But there's like a dwarf character in Dark Souls 2 that his name is Gavlan. And he reached like a cult meme status because he's like Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal, and that's his whole character arc, is just saying that. Like he reappears in random places, and like all Dark Souls characters, he inevitably dies. I'm sorry for what's happening on the screen right now. It's just because of where we are. Make sure you're watching your sneak timers, furry, because getting you because keeping you alive is gonna be crazy if you're in a really bad spot. Your instinct was good though to go to a corner. Oh. It kind of reminds me of also happened to be a Taru that I was in a party with yesterday, just by picking them up because they were also doing the same thing while they were doing LB2. And I think it was because the Taru believed that because I was like a level 75 paladin, that also meant that he was invincible. Because when we got out of the dog cave, if you know, you know, he just ran like headlong, sneakless into a pack of like 5 undead. Everyone to last. Let's go. E11. E11. Down. And he died, of course. Sorry, I was reading party chat. He died, of course. It basically, like, it was like 1-to-1 with that scene in Starship Troopers where the reporter gets flung into a pack of bugs and then you see his body parts like flying up and like into the sky. It was like that. And he apparently had re-raise on him, which is great, but he re-raised within like within like a second of me getting hate on maybe like 2 of the pack of 5. So like the moment that he was up, he went back down again. Where is Lost Time Lord? He's over here. And actually, I was so concerned that he would get up again when somebody started casting, or it was Ayame. When Ayame started casting raise on him, that I was like, don't raise him yet, because there's like a 90% chance he's gonna get up right away. Quick, 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 touch the question mark. Let me see, make sure that we don't have any stragglers. It should be reinforced Cermet. Okay, it looks like everyone got. Great. Bestok missions. Okay, that is rank. That's the 7th one done, dude. Let's go.
A hunter must hunt.
Forefathers, one and all, bear witness! Nihil! Nihil! Nihil!
Awesome job, all. I think this is the most annoying one, for sure. I will take AD2. Do all the CSs and NPC talkings too, and I will meet you in Halborough Mines. And then after this is a relatively short one. Getting to Halborough Mines isn't really hard. It's not like this where you have like a fucking moving goalpost, literally, that you have to deal with. Oh. Where's the furry man? Oh, he's resting. I'm just gonna Can we talk? You and I, all 8,000 people are definitely watching. Can we talk about how Sid talks with his teeth in cutscenes and how that doesn't seem to be a thing with any other character? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Or don't, because I don't want to be cognizant of that. I think that was like I'm pretty sure that was like the first and only time that they experimented with trying to have like, quote, natural mouth movements, unquote, outside of like Final Fantasy X and the same sphere. Like Final Fantasy 12 was very well developed, in my opinion. And this is kind of like a hot take. It also happened to be one of my favorite, if not my favorite, Final Fantasies to date. I know it's very sketchy, like people's opinions on like the gameplay and stuff like that, but it was my favorite. I think I also stopped myself like mid-tangent about the variety games, so I'm thinking about doing like Super Mario RPG, or this is gonna be for sure a real popular one, The Last Remnant. If anyone has any idea what that is, like, it's definitely a super hidden gem, which I love perhaps more than I should, if only because the main character unironically uses the word ice in place of cool. Well, there was this one cutscene that made me genuinely laugh out loud, which is hard, where he turns to they're forming some kind of battle plan, right? And then the main character turns to the side to look at another character and goes, "That is so ice." I loved it. And his heart grew 5 times that day. I love and appreciate it more than I should. Having Furry in here is going to be great because he can Elemental Seal Sleepga the next round of Quadov that we're going to have to butcher for the crime of protecting their eggs or whatever the fuck. Area I entered from, please. Let's go. All right, let us do a quick check on our auction house prices to see if we need to debase ourselves just to make a very small amount of revenue. Like I'm pretty set. And I definitely work hard for my dinner. But I just want to be sure. Okay, that looks good. That also looks good. We might actually have to, and by we I mean me, like off stream, because I don't know if I would consider it like pog-worthy content to watch somebody like make food, like make a bunch of food and then obsessive compulsively divvy it out in even amounts across, you know, their own auction house and those are their meals. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm approaching this whole streaming thing wrong, and all anyone wants to see, period, is just like double-decade-old MMORPG mechanic cooking. I could see it. Where am I going? Gusterberg? Is that just normal cooking shows, watching people do cook things you'll never be able to make? Yeah, but at least there's like way more visual mouthfeel there. Here you have to imagine that it tastes good. If cooking looked like it does in Monster Hunter, you have a very strong case that it is worth it to just watch it for the animations of like the cats throwing ingredients around and tripping over each other and then whipping out a comically large steak. But here you're just kind of like combining JPEGs into other JPEGs in order to make like a mushroom stew. Some of the descriptions do make it sound tasty though. I will not lie. So like maybe there is something there, like you could go off of descriptions. One video that I have thought about more than once, but probably will never make, is a tier list, like one of the many tier lists that you see on YouTube, where it's like A is for ass, and I guess we would start with A at the bottom, because like unless you're into that, you know, that might not be your first choice. What is my streamer talking about? I have no idea. But like what foods are considered good and like what are just bad, because there's a lot of meme foods that in most cases are probably like ultra cheap at like 33 per, like pretzels and stuff like that, that in most cases will never see real use unless you are like truly abjectly poor. Like, you know that food is valuable and you want to use it, but you're also like a fresh like level 1. So like you head up to like the cafeteria or whatever in Metalworks and you order up like a hot pretzel for like +8 MP +2 vitality, excuse me. But there's a lot of food that is not used often, that is slept on, that should not be. For example, a lot of people use ginger cookies or wizard cookies compulsively because it's just pure muscle memory for them, or is what I would assume to be pure muscle memory. R0. I'm definitely close enough to this person. This is R0. Ain't nothing but a thang, citizen. People using like ginger cookies and wizard cookies in order to get like the +5 or +7 respectively MP per tick. When they could be using, I mean, witch kebabs and mushroom kebabs are kind of expensive. They're better if you're going to be doing like short form content and you don't want to, like, you're not XPing, but like you still want a lot of mileage out of your food for like the short term that you're going to be using it. I think mushroom kebabs are like 3,000 or something. It's like about the same as like ginger cookies. They don't give you as much like MP per tick, but they also give you mind and enmity reduction, which is probably a little bit more important. Because like it helps your tank hold hate better because the things that you do piss off the monster less. But what I'm specifically referring to is stuff like mushroom stew. And admittedly, as I'm explaining it, ginger cookies are cheap, dude. Is it like 1,700 per stack of like ginger cookies, and it's something like insane, like 9-10K for wizard? So it's probably what, like 25, maybe 30 gil per cookie, but that's also for 5 minutes. If you have the funding, you should grab things like mushroom stew, which is like +40, or I think it's +40. +40 MP, +4 or 5 mind, -4 enmity if I remember correctly, +5 MP per tick. People sleep on like one of the chatters mentioned some time ago. People sleep on Niverin a lot, or Navarin, partly because it's ass to make. It sucks. It's like one of the foods that uses wild onions, which is basically like you're burning a gold nugget. You're you know, like some people like put heated stones in their soup in order to like keep them warm or something. Like that's a thing that you do, like pulse or whatever, like porridge. Like you're not meant to eat the rocks. At least I don't think you are. I don't think you can consume rocks. I'm not a biologist. What happens if you eat a rock? Can you bite through it? Like, can rocks be softened up? Like, kind of like Oreo cookies dipped in milk? Can you eat a rock that way? Thought experiment time. If you put a rock in like a like I'd love the extended drilling noise. Do you like that?
Why?
I'll do it too. If that ain't the most ASMR shit you've ever heard, I don't know what is. I guess I could get like a like one of those ear microphones or whatever. Although I think that does fall under like the sexual themes or whatever. I think that type of apparatus is now frowned upon by Twitch, although you have to like declare that you're about to, you know, ASMR people with like an ear-shaped microphone. Man, that sure is a lot of reverb, huh? Yep, I'm just gonna mute my mic for a second. Okay, it stopped. I'm waiting for him to start up again. I think that the people that cared about, oh, here it's coming back. This is just ASMR. Just pretend that it's me actually doing this, making this sound into the microphone. And this pleases you greatly. It's anyone that's tuning in is legit gonna see They're gonna see my mouth is not moving, but it's gonna become readily apparent that I use my eyes to talk, so to speak. And so if I say nothing and all they hear is like the distant drill sound, they're gonna be like, what the fuck kind of VTuber is this? This is a drill stream. I should just rename the stream title to drill stream. Along with the tags, I need to put like drills, girls gone drills, only drills, drills.com. I'll be honest, I didn't notice your mouth wasn't moving until now. Yeah, no, the people that created me, they stopped at creating like sentient AI and then plugging it into a dude and then putting a toga on it. And by a dude, I mean a body. This is synthetic skin. It is not real human skin. Or whatever the fuck my lore is. No, that's what it is. I'm actually, no, to be real with you, if we're gonna go into my actual backstory, while the insane drilling is going on, while I'm getting drilled from behind, don't read into that statement. I'm actually a 3,000-year-old dragon princess that was reverse isekai'd out of the fantasy world into the body of an android just moments later given sentiency and became fascinated with private server MMORPGs from the early 2000s and Greco-Roman philosophy from 2,000 years ago. It's a little long in the tooth, and that's why you should pick up the book. Now on sale at nunyobusiness.com.ru rather. It's not isekai, it's reverse isekai. At least it's better than, what was it called? I have to look it up again. Hang on. Vending machine enemy. Hang on. I see this, and so you must experience it too. Vending machine anime. Is the streamer saying vending machine anime? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go past the ads so the ads don't think that I'm adding them. Let me see if this is in English. It's not in English. I don't know if it's gonna be in English. We're gonna stop Spotify for a moment. Okay, and then I'm going to press the button. All right, so you should be able to see it now. Reborn as a vending machine. Now I wander the dungeon. Okay, let's watch. Hmm? Server commands other than me announce are blocked. All right, well, enjoy this, and I'm gonna fix the Nightbot command. No, you can't see it. I'm gonna block it then. We're gonna watch the end of this, and I'll fix the Nightbot. Oh no, I'm a vending machine now. Big titty adventure. GF is gonna rescue me. I can't believe it. I'm over 500 kilograms and she can still pick me up. This is amazing. I've never tasted anything like this. I don't know if this is like one-to-one translation. This is an actual anime. It's on Crunchyroll, I think. It's real. You see it. I had to see it. You see it too now. It's real. wasn't that delightful? It's coming out in apparently like a month. I'm assuming that's what the 7 is. Okay, let me fix Nightbot. Nightbot needs dashboard, turn on music again. They've hit. It is to anime what Pokemon is to the keychain Pokemon. Is that they've made so many anime, they are literally doing everything they possibly can to come up with technically new ideas. Like there's that reverse isekai where an elf princess gets sent to modern day Japan. and she's hailed as like a goddess in like the local shrine. I forget exactly what this is called. I think it's like Otaku Elf or something. And all she cares about is playing video games. And that's the premise. It's like it's slice of life. It's like a slice of life anime where it's just an elf that is treated as a goddess that sits in a shrine and plays video games all day. And then I'm sure that there's other, you know, bits and pieces of extraneous story elements that I'm missing there, but that's the premise. I love a good isekai, reverse isekai, but a vending machine. I miss the anime with the guy with magic bread cooking hands. I need to know more. Hi, Lissa. How you doing? The little bunny emote is very cute. I think it all the time, but I don't know if I've ever mentioned it out loud. All right, let me fix the lurk command. It should be enabled. Lurk. It's everyone. Why did I give that message? What did it even say to you? Server commands other than me and announce are blocked. What? Here, I'll post it. Nightbot gets upset sometimes with no rhyme or reason. Oh, it's because... Okay, I understand why. It's because I added a slash in the beginning. Maybe if I do this... I do this. I don't know if you're still here, Sith, but try it now. Or just like anyone do exclamation point lurk. And it should do it. There we go. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. An ad break is happening in 3 minutes, so just take the opportunity to like get up, walk around, do stretches. You know, you try to touch your toes or whatever the fuck they made us do in gym that I hated and couldn't understand the reasoning for, but now I do. Now that I'm somewhat cognizant of very basic things that I can do to extend my natural lifespan. So I might as well just do. No. I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna let it run time. I'm gonna wait until it goes down to like 2.5 minutes. But I also, I'm so hungry that my body is like eating itself from the inside out. So I'm going to run ads now, and then I'm gonna press the quote snooze button unquote 3 times to buy us back 15 minutes of not having to deal with this shit. Okay. So I'm gonna press the button. I will see you in 90 seconds on average. And I'm going to go ravenously eat whatever is the first thing that I see. All right, bye-bye. Running ads. BRBing, LOL. Okay, I'm back. Forcing ads is better than getting mid-rolls IMO. Gives both the streamer and chat a break since we get them anyway. That's true. If I had my way, and I think that most people would say this, most streamers, then we would have no ads at all. In fact, I was completely unaware that once you became an affiliate, that ads were going to be forced on you. I thought that it was going to be something that you were allowed to do if you so chose, but it's like it's antithetical to both the viewing experience and, as a small streamer, collecting more people that may otherwise just dip out. Just not, they see that they're like, if you're getting pre-rolls, that could mean the difference between them bothering to interface with your stream in any way, shape, or form, visually or audio wise, for like 10 seconds, and then that 10 seconds could make it so that they stick around. Because if you happen to say something in that blip of time that interests them, and it, like, the chance of them sticking around just increases dramatically. A lot of streamers would prefer to opt out, but they can't. Like, this is really like scraping the barrel for like giving Twitch more credit than they're due. At least there's an option for subscribers to avoid ads in their entirety. It just replaces the evil in like in a certain sense, the necessary evil. It you know, your mileage may vary how necessary you consider it. But what's even more fucked up is that there's the option to not allow that for subscribers. So you can turn off, for whatever fucking reason, you can turn off subscribers like avoiding ads entirely by subscribing. What the fuck? Who would do that? I can't even remotely think of a situation where that would be okay. Yeah, and I had to like triple take when I was first setting everything up to make sure that like make things ad free for subscribers was checked, because at that point I was like, I didn't know that ads were basically going to be forced on me when I became an affiliate. So like, what else am I missing? All right, we're just waiting on everybody to gather in. You guys would think that I'm sure you already do, but you would think I'm a well-adjusted individual if I told you that, you know, I'm perfectly okay eating cold wings out of the fridge. Right? We have that kind of we have that kind of relationship and understanding with each other, right? It's not, there's worse food. I mean, like, I will defend me eating cold Chinese. Maybe that turns some stomachs even harder. I don't know.
Oh, big.
Oh my god, stop, bro. I'm stuck. Can you help me?
Joke's on you, I'm not subbed on poor. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where it's like, if it's not within, like, what I described to myself, you know, when I'm like talking and playing with myself all day long, I consider like within your means to also include like the occasional video game, or like if it's like a big release that you're like extremely looking forward to, like that needs to be accounted for in terms of like your financial decision making. So like if it's not within your means to sub, that's totally okay. 100% fine. As long as you're enjoying the torrential downpour of random BS, the word salad that comes out of my mouth. That's ultimately what I live for. Because I've gotten to a point where when I'm not streaming, I'm thinking about streaming. And it's pretty rare for me to feel that way. It's the same type of feeling that I get when like I'm playing a game that's like really hooked me. Playing with who? Bites lip. You know, this is my giant robot.
Dummy thick. Boy slim thick.
Emotional, damn it.
Why is it spicy?
Just because thou art wielding 2 katanas does not mean that thy body is not 70% mac and cheese.
Else night. Oh lol. This man has addressed me. This little individual. I didn't mean to do like the type of head bob that the deer in Japan are either training themselves to do naturally when somebody else bows to them, or like you're like cross species cultural integration. I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. Yep, I do eventually going to be going there. Waiting on other people to zone in. Party command add T. I cannot invite this person at this time. Can I come over there and steal a chest key? Gonna need it eventually. You can. Yeah. Well, we're doing a mission right now. We're not like actually killing anything that's gonna drop like keys and stuff. It should be in a moment. Are you talking about the chest keys from the level 20-ish mobs that are on like the second floor? Is that what you're talking about for Kazam Pass? Bestok missions. Oh, then in that case, I absolutely will help you out with that. Do you have Thief? Like a level 15 Thief? If not, I can just go back and sub Thief, that's fine. Nope, only Ward to 10. Okay. That is totally fine. I will help you out with that because getting chest keys by yourself, it's a nightmare. Getting a +1 is definitely huge. It shouldn't take too long either. I'm grossly over leveled for the area. Nice. That's good planning. I'm sure you've already thought about it, but another good go-to would probably be getting Black Mage to 17 for Warp, because it's going to be huge pain getting back home until you get to level 36 and can start grabbing Warp cudgels. I'm surprised these guys don't know how to get to the Walrune Shrine, because they're not low level. They're like plus 50 or in their 50s. This way. There's a lot of troll blockages in Palboro Mines. Eventually you do get used to it. Any blue-blooded blast... Oh my god, dude. It's a tongue twister, kinda. As hard as I'm making it seem. Blue-blooded Bestokan, as a child, is just released into these mines, like blindfolded, and then they have to make their way back out. So this is easy for me to navigate. Although the lore, like the intro cutscene, makes it seem like you just kind of like show up here. So I don't even know if there's like a canonical place that we're all coming from, or if we're just like spirits of like vengeance or something. I usually do white mage is 25 for sneak and viz, black mage is 17, and go from there. Agreed, that's exactly what I did. I'm doing melee for the first time around. Lol, once I get money, I'll do mages. That's what I did on the wings last year. That's good. I mean, that's exactly what I did. The only difference was that I got Thief to 25, which I did not like, but I did, because it made, if I'm gonna be in a city for a while, like doing quests or whatever, having flee is like a very small quality of life improvement. but it's not necessary. I would say like the most that you would really need to bother with is probably Thief 15, just so that you can sub it when doing things like this. Yep. We will rotate people in like last time. I think Gawkin was here last time. Thief was my first 75 on wings. Grotto farming was a blessing. What did you hunt in the grotto? Soren really wants a Protectra. This way. We go even deeper. Wiki face.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Oh no!
Nani? Surprise, motherfucker!
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
You have to go all the way around. All the way around the outside. I think. Don't quite remember this. Let me make sure that the people are behind me. They are. And then we go left. I don't know what is forward. I've never gone forward. Bard scrolls from Saugans you sell to NPC used to be like 200k an hour. Jesus. That's a really good return. I can see why you were doing it. Has it been a while since you've been on Wings? When Wings was on the horizon, no pun intended, it did start to pull some people off of Eden, and I knew that there were good reasons why, but I never looked into it myself. Even though I felt like I should have. It was just one of those things where, like, at the time, I was beyond not ready to start over again. I heard good things about it. I stopped playing in November last year, planned on joining Horizon, so I didn't see a need to continue playing on Wings, especially with the drama. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. Thankfully, there hasn't been any real drama on Horizon. Like, the most drama that ever appears is typically follows balance adjustments, aka the plus part of Era Plus that some people don't like because they don't like change. And some of the drama was like a little bit warranted, like when for reasons presumably to stop like free blood warping, they changed Machin Gakure from, you know, killing yourself but for free to leaving you at 1 HP. And then afterward they went in the complete opposite direction, which was good. It was needed in my opinion, where they had it so that you got instantly 4 shadows, and for every shadow that you had up, you cast a copy of whatever elemental wheel spell you used on the enemy, which made for some very funny and fucked up numbers, with the only control being your cooldown and the fact that every time you cast, your shadows went down by 1. So to squeeze the most utility out of it, you could do some pretty bananas stuff, like cast twice to get you down to 2 shadows from 4, drop your own shadows, use the semi-knee to get back up to 4, and then cast the rest of your elemental spells. Oh, Dynamis drama, yeah. With like, that's true. I did completely forget about the Dynamis stuff. With people being like, I don't want to, you know, why is it that people can just like show up and like participate in the Dynamis whenever they want to? Like even if there's a group already in there. Right. The drama that has happened is just part and parcel with like how the game is or operates right now. There's way, way, way more good than bad, in my very personal opinion. I think the admins are more strict for the server, so even if there is drama, it's player versus admin drama. The admins have to date, based on my impression, have done an excellent job on cutting down on things like RMT and botting, which you're like, how much RMT could there possibly be? Enough to talk about it, apparently. But they've done nothing that seems like very 1984 to me. Dyna always has drama when it comes to claiming zones, and they've talked about the fact that Dynamis, by nature, is not instanced because the game code was not designed to have it be instanced in the way that's wanted. They have said that if somebody wants to develop like an from scratch code to create like instance Dynamis zones, they would definitely take it really, really seriously and implement it if like all the boxes are checked. Oh, we're all here. Very good. Yep, I will borrow Gavlin just because we want to have 6. Gav can drop and I'll get you in. Once we beat the BCNM, I will rotate in the people that haven't done yet, which would be Lost of Time, I think. All right, once we get in and are ready for, we will have you elemental seal Sleepga the group. We will then kill the Quadav in order: Slaughter, Granite Knight, Soul. They should add a scheduling NPC and just keep the one instance. Would probably be easier than making multiple instances, and also be better for the server load. There was a, from what I understand, because I have not gotten into the dynamic stuff on the server yet, but from what I understand, there is a honor system based Discord for people that are trying to coordinate dynamic stuff that is not enforced by the admins, because as they've said themselves, it is insane for them to try to moderate a player initiative or initiated like scheduling system and to like monitor it and like behave as if it's their own. All right, let me know when ready. It's a player problem that needs player solutions. Players should stop trying to do all the dynamics at 8 p.m. EST. Yeah, that's also why I mean, like, what Nerf described isn't really a bad idea. And I know that there's going to be problems with. All right, you can send us in, Emma. Just you're going. Alrighty, let's go in. Let's do it. Run Dynamis at 9 p.m. PST and you'll never have zone conflict. Problem solved. True. How can you say something so controversial yet so brave?
You're ugly. You are disgusting. I'm gonna kill you. Give me $200.
I thought I heard a call for help. I don't even know who this dude is. What did it cost you? Everything. I don't know if you've ever played Final Fantasy 14, but for like weddings, for example, you had to schedule them ahead of time, so I just thought it'd be a neat way of solving it. I have been in-game married on Final Fantasy 11 and 14, so I do know what you're talking about. I think that they have a pretty large development team. They would need to have a dedicated scheduler person that is willing to just do that, and to what I assume would probably also include like mediating between groups. So it'd be basically like a dedicated community manager person just for scheduling events. You could also do like an Amazon-like system where you have it like NPC based. Ellie Sleepka, when ready for these, should die fast. Okay, that's good. All right, we will get hate on one. Okay, we're gonna sentinel to make sure that the slaughterer pays attention to me specifically. And we're going to provoke the Night Slayer so that as these guys wake up, my sentinel hate application is still going to be fresh on them. I should have defendered first, because if defender reduces enmity loss, so that would have been the smart thing to do. But famously, paladins only have or paladins have really low intelligence, so I might be strong, but I'm also dumb as hell. Well, if you do it through an NPC, you would need a person. It's less coding work. Of course, I'm talking out of my ass because I don't know code myself. Granted, these things are dying so fast that we don't even really need to worry about order that much. But, you know, it does make sure that multiple things aren't alive. The only one that really needs to be kept asleep in perpetuity is Soul Saver, because he will cure people, and he will Curaga people, or he will Curaga the group, which as it happens wakes up fucking everyone. Night. The current solution requires no coding, which means they spend all the time fixing bugs and getting Treasures of Ottergon done. Anything that gets me closer to Blue Mage, I am extremely biased towards, so yes. I don't think there's any perfect solution. Thankfully, everything, please correct me if I'm wrong, everything from Treasures of Ottergon and onward is instanced. Like it's coded that way. So as more people move on to Treasures of Ottergon stuff, it's going to, you know, naturally reduce the amount of, you know, the amount of overhead that Dynamis gets. So people just need to constantly bitch around into each other for about 5 more months, based off of no information they have, like on a firm date. And then everybody will be happy until they find out what Shigos are, or remember what Shigos are, and then they'll be infinitely sad. As long as the honor system is followed, for sure. I just have bad experiences on Wings and other private servers. The amount of time people stole zones and dramas ensued. Raj. Again, don't run Dynamis' competitive times and you'll have no problems. Same with Sky. If you farm pops during off hours, you'll do great. That sounds perfectly reasonable to me. It's hard to even encourage. It's hard to even encourage what I was trying to say before I got like focused. I am gravitied. Was that if they were to implement like an NPC or like event coordination system, it would behoove them to introduce like a carrot-like feature where if you deliberately wait to schedule your dynamices out for times that are less chosen or not chosen as often or at all, then you might get, I don't know, like cosmetic gear or something for being like a good boy and like deliberately waiting your turn on purpose. Or maybe you get like at some point like you have so much skill that you don't know what to really spend it on. which is right now not something that people experience often, except for like high-level goldsmithers. But you could also maybe offer like a discounted rate on like the hourglass or something. Problem with that take is people have jobs, so there's a reason those times are competitive. Auction the slot, see if primetime hourglasses get to 2 million. Yeah, that's a stick component of like the carrot to the stick. Is that, or you just do both. You make primetime spots more expensive, and just add like a fucking lore reason or something. Like, change the DAT file description of the hourglass to like, this hourglass is used so fucking much that it's. This is gonna be gross, so prepare. It's encrusted with like gamer cheese from people handling it so fucking much. Like, go outside. Something like that. Probably not exactly like that. Touch grass. Find a different time, LMAO. LMAO. Gawkin. I don't. Did we lose someone? The Lost? Wasn't the Lost with us? I'm not swayed by the people have jobs argument. Everyone chooses how much time they want to commit. That's also true. It do just be a video game. There are times where you do have to make difficult calls that do not align with like the majority's schedule, or like even the minority's schedule. We do live in a society where sometimes you have to be willing to take the L for the greater good, or at least be open to rotating out. I think the Lost needs also. Otherwise, I think Gawk already cleared. Flavor text, go touch grass, not glass. That's a really good one. That's a +1 for me. I'm actually gonna +1 you in chat. +1 at xnerf. That was really good. That's it. Should just say that. That's perfect. I've definitely passed on things I want to do because I have other responsibilities in life. You can make time for that stuff if you wanted to. Like if you really wanted to. Like it's not, it obviously like your schedule, the world can't align itself to you, right? You're gonna have to either find a link shell in that case that has your preferred time slots more often, or you either just don't do it, or you set up your own. I know this is easier said than done, but you set up your own link shell that focuses on uneven times, or what may be uneven times. Let's see. Since we all cleared, we just need to rotate in Lost, I think. I can actually drop from here, unless you think you need me. So I can help someone get chest keys for Kazam. Swap Flurry and let Lost sleep for faster kill. You could do that. Sure. That's fine. You can drop Furry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Enjoy rank 8. That didn't actually take too long. I mean, it took 4 hours, right? Which, like, 45 minutes of it was just running around trying to find the fucking question mark in Romave twice. I'm not sure how to direct Furry to the exit. So for ease, Soren, if you want to peace, I will peace out. You should be fine, safe. I'm going to help someone farm Kazam Key. Congrats on rank 8 all. Alright, I'm going to change lead and give it to Black Bolt, my second in command. Salute. Furry, join back into party. I'm piecing out. You stay, I go, like in the Iron Giant movie. Okay, and then I'm going to warp out. And I'm going to swap my sub job to Thief. I don't think it's going to take very long. Because nobody else is farming these keys. And I do be hitting like a dump truck a little bit. Even as a paladin. Obviously, if my job was flexible, I have the ability of finding or making an LS to run at odd times. I was gonna make a point, but I'm too lazy. I get that feel. Sometimes you just have to press the eject button. Which is worth its own respect. For sure. Alright, we got everyone rank 8, basically. Like, unless they fail horrifically, they should be able to clear it, no issue. I'm going to send everyone to another streamer that is also doing Horizon stuff and Horizon accessories. Thank you so much for coming out and spending this time with me. I really appreciate it, and you deeply. If you have not followed already and you like what you've seen, following helps me out a huge amount, more than it might seem. Otherwise, next stream is going to be Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard, your regional equivalent. Let me find someone. We'll send you over to Beauregard. It's been a long time since I was able to send anyone over to him. /raid Beauregard. You will get a notification or something at some point in a moment. I'm going to press the button. All right. Thank you guys so much. I greatly appreciate you. Have a good one, and I'll see you later. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye, bye. There you go. Bye. Get out of here. Get out of here right now. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. I do want to see you. That's not true. Goodbye.